partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida. A gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro. Aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós, reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o águia, nós... Que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado, bora, irmão. Caramba, você é campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não vai pegar aqui o dele. Não vai pegar um monstro também. Olha o chupeta. Eu peguei um chupeta, vou dar aqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom. A gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia. Aí eu escutei eu acredito. A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita, roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direita.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Tamo atrás de tu, Babel. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Boot matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador do gelo, só tem Bops e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, só mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Só mais tu. Então o melhor...
Descobri que o Boot tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles eram mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Bootzinho conseguiu aqui o histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Boot ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu?
E aí? Deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá?
Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, que eu tava tremendo já. A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado do Boot já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou tanto. Eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado.
Chororô. Aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho. Então acho que esse título é pra todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora.
De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom? É realização.
Acho que união.
Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem. É muita emoção pra família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2023, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós fomos campeões.
Okay.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Free Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS Series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Pre-seasons leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. 2 epic FFWS Sea offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
Missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bops pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
O sexto mapa é Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa? Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente. Para os fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. É o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times. Aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba, todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar.
Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar. Até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Não aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo.
tipo, tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente tem um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás e a gente falou, não, ainda dá. A gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas. Nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão do endgame! Olha! É Buia brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a Arena Carioca abaixo!
No primeiro buia, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo. Tipo, o primeiro buia, opa, tamo no jogo. Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão do endgame! Arena Carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 buias do Fluxo!
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta. Putz, será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado? O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá. A gente sempre tem que acreditar, até o final.
Também que tropa. Tem última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Eu quebro esse palco. Vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Eu nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave. Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, ai pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru? Você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã. Se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom. Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe? De que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza, ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda. A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro, aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o Águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no loot dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. Bora, 29 vezes. Não pode pegar aqui o dele. Não vai pegar um monte também. Olha, pegou o chupeta. Pegar o chupeta aqui, vou.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom. A gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bops falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita, roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direita.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Rodando. Escuta, roda mais. Dama atrás de tu, papel. Mas hoje eu só. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Gucci matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, o Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador do gel, só tem Bops e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bops, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, sou mais tu, sou mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Sou mais tu. Então melhor.
Descobri que o Gucci tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles eram mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali, do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra, e eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida, mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Butizinho conseguiu a kill histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Boot ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o Buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu? E aí? Deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá? Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Brasil! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí eu olhar pro lado, o Gucci já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou, tá, eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado. Chororô, aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é pra todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora.
De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união. Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção pra família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2023, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando a LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós somos campeões.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series 2025 Southeast Asia preseason battle royale, and we are done with the knockout stage. We are stepping in to the point rush day, and that's not even the exciting part. Actually, everything in the exciting part, especially with the new format. Hopefully everyone is excited. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Mustache AJ.
I am excited. I am absolutely elated. Today is the day we get to see exactly who earns the bonus points. Now, there was one point in my life when I was a shoutcaster for Free Fire Esports, and I absolutely hated Point Rush because I thought that Point Rush was useless because the number of points, the difference in terms of points, it wasn't much. And then recently, Garena was like, all right, stop complaining, all right? It's so irritating. They changed the number of points that these teams can rip away from on a good day's performance here on Point Rush. So now, I'm a big fan of Point Rush. But what's even more amazing is that game number 6, that double elimination point in activation during Point Rush, Neptune, so much more important. Now, from nowhere, you can suddenly walk away with 10 points at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we had a preview of that for the past 3 days, and it continues on from knockout to Point Rush. But let's see what they are fighting for. This is a prize pool for the competition, and we're talking about for just Battle Royale. 8,000 for the first rank, and it tapers down to 250 from the to the 13 and the 18. And the MVP of the show will be getting $500 US. But this is not everything that the teams will be getting. The top 8 from the Battle Royale will be heading to Clash Squad to get even more.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. $30,000 US for Battle Royale's prize pool. We have $20,000 US for Clash Squad that is happening next weekend. In total, for this preseason, Garena Free Fire has put aside a total of $50,000 US. That's absolutely decent. Of course, the knockout stage, you guys have been with us for a while. 3 days have elapsed already. From the 5th to the 7th, we have the knockout stage. And now the top 12 teams remain. We are at Point Rush. On Point Rush Day, nobody gets eliminated, but you do get to earn some beautiful bonus points that are your head start points for the grand finals that happen tomorrow.
Definitely, and that's where the most excitement will be geared in, because of, you did mention the story about the Point Rush, the points, the head start points that you need. If you bring that over to the grand finals and how things are, especially in the format that we are going to show in a bit, that would be a great help overall. It will increase your chances to get to your target even quicker. So let's see on how the teams are going to treat that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this is exactly what we were explaining earlier on Point Rush tomorrow. Grand Finals, we also have something called the Champion Rush. But before we continue to break that down, the new game rules, like Neptune mentioned earlier, unique active skills, we've seen that in action all throughout the 3 days of the knockout stage, where every single player needs to have their own individual active skill. You cannot have the double of any of the active skills on a team at a certain time. We also have the double elimination points, and this is for the 6th game of every day. This is only activated at the knockout phase as well as Point Rush. Tomorrow they will not have that, but of course the point system remains as it has always.
Yeah, I mean, we have 12 for those getting the Booyah. It goes down to 9 up until the 10th, going down 1 point. And those in 11 and 12 will not get anything. Thus, they need to add those with elimination points. And as you mentioned, AJ, once it gets to that map number 6, it gets double to more chances of winning for the team.
Absolutely. And of course, down there at the bottom, you can see double elimination points. It's self-explanatory as how it's named. You get your eliminations. If you get 10 eliminations, you get 20 points instead of just 10 points, because usually it's just 1 point per elimination. Double points, you get the drift. Tiebreaker rules, as always. First of all, we look at the number of booyahs, followed by the total eliminations. If that still fails, we look at the survival ranks of the final match played. Yesterday, there was a tiebreaker situation between Thoda as well as Core Memory. Both teams got 122 points, but the number of booyahs could not be taken into account because neither Thoda nor CRM had a booyah to their name. But what did count was the total eliminations. Thoda had 69, CRM had only 60, and of course, that allowed the Malaysian team, the only Malaysian team, to make it through to Point Rush today.
And that's the thing, we only get to step 2 when it gets to the tiebreaker. We haven't reached that step 3 just yet. And well, we'll have to find out because so much will be happening in the new format, and that might be happening right here. But as mentioned by AJ, this is the unique active skill wherein you cannot double or triple spam an active skill all across the team. You have to choose one, and the teams has been utilizing this so well. There are some duplicates that we're seeing. I guess they are especially for those getting the booyah, they are replicating what they're using, especially if it will match their game style. But speaking of game style, some have chosen differently because they want practice as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this has brought a lot of flavor to the battles that we see out there on the battlefield. And what you see in front of you, the format champion rush, this is going to bring even more greater twist tomorrow. Tomorrow, teams will rush to reach 80 points. Once you reach 80 points, any team that is already at that 80-point condition, if they hit a booyah on the following game or games, they automatically get crowned the champion. But once you reach 80 points, if you do not hit a booyah, then the games continue. This continues up to a total of 8 games. After 8 games, if none of the teams that have gotten 80 points and above get a booyah, then we will have to end the competition. We will look at the team with the highest number of points, and they get crowned the champion.
And that's one thing. Once you get that 80 points, the additional point that you will get in Point Rush will really help. It's just, well, you have to take it for today. You had to take those points today, but it's already a head start points that really, really matter. No, it's not that it doesn't matter from the past, but this is like more important right now because they have a target in terms of points.
Yeah, a total of 4 Thai teams will join the fray. A total of 4 Indonesian teams will join the fray. A total of 3 Vietnamese squads as well as 1 from Malaysia. These are the 12 squads that are here at Point Rush. We have dropped a total of 6 teams from the 18 that initially came into this competition during the knockout stages here at the preseason. Obviously, there were not many opportunities. Every single team got to play a total of 12, and these 12 teams got the most number of points out of the total 18. Can't wait to see exactly what they have got in store for us. For example, the team lineups that you see in front of you, each and every squad here has made some sort of a highlight for themselves, right? EVOS Divine ending up on the number 1 spot, Buriram ripping away that number 1 spot. You know, so many shenanigans have happened so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of shenanigans, a lot of roller coaster in terms of spot taking, in terms of leaderboard. It's because of the new format on how it is set up. Again, the genius behind this is probably celebrating or probably thinking of more ways to make it exciting, even more exciting for the esports in Free Fire.
I see Toda here from Malaysia. They scraped through and they went through a tiebreaker rule in order to qualify for the top 12. So they are most definitely the underdogs. On the previous page, we saw Dewa United from Indonesia. They can be counted as underdogs too, right? So many of these teams, though, from the second page, you can see teams very capable of walking away with the booyahs, right? You see Hua Esports, you see WAG, both Vietnamese squads, a total of 3 booyahs between them, and they can shock the world. They have been shocking us so far, and they have got the capability to walk away with the trophy by the end of this preseason if they play it right. They've come so close so many times now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is their fighting chance to be able to grab that championship. But we are just talking about the preseason. I'm really, really excited once this is over on how the spring and fall season is going to start up because of how these things has been set up in this preseason. Again, for those of you wondering why do we only have a reduced number of days, because it's not the actual esports season just yet. It's just a preview of what's about to happen.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Onyx Olympus, the Indonesian squad that ended on the 6th spot after the end of the knockout stages. The team suffers when it comes to eliminations, but it is very proficient in finding the final circle. Dewa United, on the other hand, very poor at finding the circle, but very, very, very proficient at picking up those eliminations. Indonesians love to have a decent tussle out there on the battlefield, and obviously Dewa United versus Onyx Olympus, Dewa United sometimes comes out the better one in these fights, but if you look on the overall table, Dewa United is second from the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's different style from different teams right now, and it's similar to what we've seen Twisted Mind do, but now they are finding that balance between placement as well as elimination. We have called them out to replicate what Borneo United has done from the past. Like, yes, you can do all those rampaging, getting all those elimination, but if you're not surviving in the final circle, if you're not getting all those booyah, then that would be a loss for you in terms of grabbing that championship, as well as if we're going to the champion rush.
Yeah, I mean, basically no booyah, no championship, baby.
Yeah.
Unless you really want to test, your luck to the very last game and push it to game 8 and remain on the number 1 spot. But even then, getting the number 1 spot and staying there is not as easy as it sounds. Here's the game schedule. Once again, we hit that randomizer even at the start of the day now. That's a little bit of a new change being brought in. We start things off at Nexterra, followed by Kalahari for game 2, Purgatory, Bermuda, and Alpine to wrap up the first 5 games. And then we bring the randomizer out again to bring us to a random game number 6.
Yeah. This brings a lot more of excitement in terms of the battlefield. This is the second time that we are seeing Nexterra like being the first in this game, and like from day number 2 of the knockout stage, we've seen how aggressive teams are. There's no slowing down anymore. There's no idle time anymore in this battle, because they don't know which map they will be preparing from the beginning of the day. So there's no more slowdown. They have to be hyped up, and hopefully they can maintain that energy, that stamina all throughout the 6 games.
Absolutely. And of course, we want to see exactly who can dominate out there and maintain their stamina all the way to the end. But, that you don't really need to play the guessing game, because we have seen these teams so many times in action already, and quite a number of them have shown us exactly which kind of squads can stand the test of time, right? Be on that equal footing from the start all the way down to the end to maintain that consistency. We don't want to start naming names now, but we don't have many teams like that. Top 3 on this map of Nexterra. The top dogs put it up themselves. 35 eliminations, 59 points in total, with 2 booyahs to their name on the Nexterra map, followed by Falcons and EVOS Divide. These 3 teams were technically top 3 at one point until, of course, RRQ happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of changes that we don't expect from previous format. We don't see from the previous format. Most of those in the top stays in the top, but this is where things are changing. So let's see what changes, or how are they going to adjust with those changes, because this is Point Rush, baby. Similar to what we've seen from the past 3 days, but every point really matters.
Now that we have the champion point, what is it called?
Champion
again?
Rush.
The champion rush. Sorry, Gary. I need to memorize it. Okay, it's something new, right? See, now that we have the champion rush, and we also have point rush. Point rush is now so much more valuable, because teams are rushing to get 80 points. Dude, you get a head start of 10 points, man. That's a huge deal already, all right? If you hit 30 points, then 40 points in game 3, you can become champion. But of course, let's start off Nexterra and continue this conversation over there.
Game number 1 for Point Rush, and we are heading to the futuristic Nexterra. Now, let's see if a lot of teams will still have that intellect, that wisdom to drop into Intellect Center, because we've seen so much from the past going for those hot drop, and hopefully they will be able to spread out a little bit to extend their life in this battlefield.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it seems like quite a number of hot drops out there early game. Dewa United going up against Heavy, I believe. And this is not going to look all that too good for Dewa United. Heavy is a team that's very proficient in taking these eliminations. But of course, as I say that, there have been, I think, a couple of incidences where Dewa and Heavy have met out there. And it was Dewa United that walked away the victors.
Yeah, I mean, it's just aggressive Dewa United. Though I really agree with you as well as Heavy, because in the early engagement, in the early parts, whatever weapons they have, they will become tactical and they can fight off Dewa United. So let's see if that will go to their plan, to their way. Get Nice has been knocked down, but now has been recovered. It comes to Mufasa, who will be dropping us on his knees.
Oh my. Yep, there you go, baby. Heavy getting tortured here by Dewa United. The Kiki up against Get Nice. Kiki almost walked away with a drop there, and the Thompson just getting the job done. But Get Nice now with the Trogon in hand. This is about to be trouble. And Kabi with the P90. Revenge is sweet, says Heavy. They sacrificed to Mufasa and Hans, but as long as they got rid of them, baby, fantastically done to kick Dewa United out early.
And each of the player from Heavy got 1 point, 1 elimination from that battle. So let's see if that will be happening right here for AG Global, because Do is in trouble because RRQ is really putting a number on them. 3 to be exact for the elimination that has been done against them. And Do has recovered one of their teammates. Let's see if he can survive this onslaught.
RRQ, AG Global, both in the same spot. Like you said, you're not going to get picked up. And the attack is perfect for RRQ. Now, the numbers are not fully here. Because of those revivals, the players brought back in seem to have flown away elsewhere. But up against Cypher, Cypher has nowhere to run now. And no fancy footwork is going to save you because it's pretty much open grounds once you hop on off of there.
Yeah, let's see if Cypher can get away. Glue Wall saves him. Abe is on the run and on the chase, but managed to get away from the window. No! AG Global eliminated a little bit too early once again.
Yeah, bad for them. Unfortunate with the encounter. But Onyx Olympus up against Falcons. Onyx and on fire! Just simply on fire with the Mag 7. Kororo with the double as well. On fire with the follow-up. And Falcons absolutely steamrolling the team of Onyx Olympus. Now, we do see Heavy on screen as well. Let's see if or not they do drop by to say hello. They don't, but Toda might.
Todak will be heading into Mortar Ruins as well. And with Falcons already healed up, thanks to Element X7 with that healing sniper, I guess they are all set for the fight as Jojo heads in onto the other side. But 3 players will be going for that push.
Yeah, Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses, and Toda losing players one after the other. On fire actually going for the triple here, and he will get exactly that. Slayed player after player after player. Now the Heavy that I talked about moments ago, the player is slowly on the approach here as well. So he might just save Jojo's butt, and Jojo might just bring back the whole squad of Toda.
Jojo is being scanned, being hunted, but Heavy, one of the players, will be in here up close. And let's see if that would be nice for them. Get Nice will not be nice on this fight. He will be crushed for the 9th elimination of Team Falcons.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, man. Get Nice was very nice. He saved Toda.
But then saved himself.
He's a selfless person.
Yeah,
he's a selfless person. WAG 4 eliminations strong. Twisted minds. Just their twisted ways. They're just trying to twist themselves out of this one, and everybody in the bunker at the same time. Krillin, what a fantastic headshot. A quick in and out for him. Cyrus trying to wrap around now. M590 in hand, allowing Allen to get the dirty done from afar. Woodpecker finding its connections, and Cyrus with the push as well. The electrotherapy is on, but WAG just can't seem to find a clean engagement and decides to back away.
Allen right now, a little bit of distraction with that FGL as well as Woodpecker, but behind him would be Diamond. This be a good start for them to be taken down. down because there's not so much of him to go around with. Even electrotherapy, he wouldn't be able to go in for that fight. The need to rush away and back up is quite that far.
Oh, this is such a beautiful defense from Alan. It took them so long to find the drop onto him. X-Ball now from afar. Alan's going to be brought right back. And Twisted Minds just showing WAG, this is why you don't piss us off. This is why you don't come for our heads. We're twisted indeed. Cyrus with the shots from afar. Diamond does get dropped. That slows down Twisted Minds. But does it stop them in their tracks? We still have to find out.
Seldom that we see a shield gun in a battle. And seldom that we see it against Twisted Mind. But that takedown is just right, but made onto him by Expose. Receiving that damage will be Cyrus, and there's no way to go. And I love how Twisted Mind is always going for that backs out. They just trapping everyone and putting them down.
They are just teaching them a lesson. How dare you come and pick a fight with us? I mean, this is just putting out a message right there, man. Twisted Minds, they are in here and they are ready to hurt. Falcons, though, 12 eliminated. What? How?
And dude, they haven't even gotten away from Mortar Ruins. They've been in the same spot. 3 teams has gathered against them, and 3 teams has been taken down, and they're being eaten by the blue. So,
Absolutely,
Team Falcons really doing so well.
Jonah will be able to find one, and how mean of them. They just left their friend to dry out for Jonah to slay him. Oh, Wasana catching up. Can he get it? Does he get close enough? Answers no. But of course, they do manage to chase them all away. Mochi missing an opportunity. You know, not every day is Sunday. Today, after all, is Saturday.
I have to wait for tomorrow, though. But
He'll get the shots tomorrow.
Hopefully it doesn't last that long. I mean, we have 6 matches for today, but Mufasa right now is being chased, hunted by Wasana, and I love how he is really aggressive, doesn't want to let go of any chances and take it down, but Mochi steals it away from him.
Such dirty tricks, Buriram. Such dirty, filthy tricks. You saw what Wasana did, man. He just baited the guy out, and Mochi shot him down from afar. What? That's just insult, bro. Getting shut down like that, it hurts your soul more than it hurts anything else.
I mean, you have a chance in a 1v1 and then someone steps in. Then not even stepped in, like just shot you from afar. And that, well, I guess Wasana will also be sour at that point because doesn't have any elimination just yet. Mochi just stole one from him.
Wasana was running okay, bro. He was like, glue wall in front of me, glue wall behind me, glue walls everywhere. Falcon Adam gets away, but just for a second, and turned on by Limit, who was so close. Woodpecker to the chest, and Falcons 14. Oh my god. I don't know, what are they collecting, bro? They clearly won the 10 points.
Yeah, they literally want that 10 points. Well, it seems like they have more of the need of that 10 points based on the performance that we've seen them do for the knockout stage. And hopefully that's not the story, but that's numbers. That's what we are seeing in terms of their performance based on the data that we have.
If we literally look at the overall standings from yesterday, if Falcons actually got extra 10 points, they would have been tied with RRQ, but RRQ would have won their tiebreaker because they have more booyahs. So Falcons, even if you do get the points, bros, y'all need to get the booyahs too, okay? The booyahs are important now. It's not like the past years.
Yeah, this is where Bermuda really shines because we've seen them get 5 booyahs, and they even thought, remember that interview, they thought the day is just for 5 matches, so they didn't get that extra 6 booyah, but that is just what Bermuda United can pull off in the battlefield.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can make something work here, because Twisted Minds, they don't really have a good space to play with. And the circle is going to be very irritating in 9 seconds. Falcons have to start moving in as well. But I think they're just going to lead to the destruction of each other at this point. And Saming's just tanking the blue from the outside.
And that's tough though, because it does hurt. It will be a distraction for him. He won't be able to focus on to where Falcons is. And now that On Fire is on him as well, then, well, it's time to regroup. So it's good enough that he was able to step into the blue, but it is closing as well. And it depends on the end of this battle, who gets through that bridge.
It is Falcons a little bit closer to the circle. Grenade's going to get tossed out first. The glue wall melters. Lethal's not really exploding where they're supposed to be. Off-screen, WAG and Heavy getting into the thick of it as well. Falcons fought in elimination strong. A lot of loot on them. And that A124 pop does manage to capture at least Exposi. Holds it back for a little bit. Heavy eliminated. And Falcons finally in full-on engagement mode. And Karoro dropped by Death from Afar. That's a sharpshooter that stops Team Falcons dead in their tracks. And interference and Hua Esports. They make sure Falcons don't go for the pursuit.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. And we saw earlier Twisted Mind. I think that was Saming or Diamond that has been taken down, knocked down by Borem United Moshi as well. So distraction from afar, that's a given, especially when you're dealing with a smaller circle on the third phase, on the third stage. And it does hurt. We've seen how difficult it was for Karoro to recover. It's a good thing that they had the skill to help them, as well as more on the meds. But for WAG, not so much would be helping them. And finally, Allen will be taken down.
6 eliminations. Oh, and the big fight's about to happen. Here come the Falcons. Buriram has got the circle, though, and they want those points. They are, at this point of time, a little bit dry on those points. They most definitely want to pick a few more up. And Wasana, come on, get the job done. Almost spotting out Falcons, but turns away at the wrong moment.
Yeah, I'm feeling what Wasana is feeling right now. 6 elimination already for the team, but he got 0. We're in most of the time. He's the one grabbing most. So let's see if that would work with his patience. Like similarly from the past, he will be too aggressive because he really wants to get all those elimination.
And Buriram's right back up on their own gas station roof. RRQ versus EVOS. The Indonesians getting into the thick of things. It's not going to be fun as they battle each other. Hua Esports high ground disadvantage, especially because Buriram has spotted them out already. And they use the air conditioner vents as a very decent cover. Just exposing their heads, kind of just jumping up and down. Falcon spotting out Buriram as well. Oh my goodness, this is just... Everybody's got their eyes on each other.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine has been spotted as well, and they're the one in a very difficult position as the blue will be closing in. WAG will have 1 player as well, but Clearin will be taken down. And Borem United, Jonah taking down Kiroro, as well as a takedown by Wasana against Peter. 2 down already for Team Falcons. They are struggling right now.
Falcons shutting down Krillin, and that's the final play from WAG, so Vietnam loses yet another. One final representation for Vietnam in this circle. Hua Esports still alive, and ABCD just got annihilated, knocked down to the ground, life ripped away. RRQ 9 points in hand. Final 4 teams left in here. 2 from Thailand, 1 from Indonesia, 1 from Vietnam. How nice if you could see Malaysia there too.
It will take time. It's just a first game.
Yeah.
It will take time. We've seen them like a little bit of signs of hope. So let's see if that will happen. Probably not the map that they are favoring. But for Borem United, they do have favor in terms of how they are positioned. But at this point, like we've lost 1 more team. We're up to Indonesia against Thailand and Vietnam 4v4v4.
Bro, come on. The circle literally just looked at Buriram and said, I love Buriram. And it's looking for them. Circle's going to leave Hua Esports high and dry. Hua trying to make that rotation. RRQ right behind them. Buriram, the ones that are closest and trying to stop the rotation. Look at the grenade. Zomdo really low. And Jonah from afar. But in trouble now. Riptide Rhythm breaks down his defenses, but he's got the grenade launcher to shoot them all back into a tiny little compound. And Jonah's actually pushing on forth. Gets a double. Jonah the monster. And here comes the rest of Buriram.
There's no stopping Jonah if he gets that grenade launcher. And let's see how else RRQ will be able to fight against this team. Though they have lost Get High at the moment, but they are high on this rooftop as well, and they will need to climb up to be able to take them down, and the Bay will be taken out up close and personal from the sniper of Moshi.
Oh, Moshi, the sharpshooter, found the tiny little head bobbing up and down on the roof and went in for the shutdown. But what a good glue wall by 18BA just to protect his friend. Gets the pickup as well. Abe right back up. It's a 4 versus 3. RRQ has the advantage, but it's Buriram, baby. And they are savage out there right now. 18BA just managed to get away. M590 in his hand. But here comes the flying Wasana. And Abe says, get out of here. They grab the booyah for Indonesia.
RRQ says he didn't give us that number 1 from the knockout stage. We're going to take this one from you. And RRQ Kazu will be victorious in Nexterra. The more that they can put in here, the more points they can get, bring in for tomorrow's battle.
The only thing that really sets RRQ apart from Buriram is the fact that they don't get as many eliminations. And that was what was seen on the overall leaderboard at the end of the knockout stage yesterday. And today, that has still been a difference that RRQ had to catch up with. I thought they had already gotten the job done, but then Buriram out of nowhere picked up massive number of eliminations towards the very end. Jonah, the monster man, that M79, that grenade launcher was just savage stuff as he just popped everyone that he saw out there. Hua Esports, my condolences.
That was just like annoying for anyone. Like, there's not so much that you can do. You're stuck in a corner. You have glue walls to save you, but you have that opening from above. So Jonah is just taking advantage of that. But going back to RRQ Kazu, we have 18 Deer, Lawrence, Dutz, Maal, and Abe really showing up once again. And they just want to stop the reign of Thailand in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Abe, their sharpshooter, their Terminator, 37 eliminations thus far in the competition throughout the knockout stage. And he most definitely got the job done out there today as well. They play really well as a squad. Their teamwork has been at an all-time high. And RRQ is just one of those teams that are not showing off that they are great at the gunfights all the time. But it's all about the positioning on the battlefield. It won them that fight. I mean, just stick to the roof, man. What else do you need to do? Let everybody else do the fighting.
Yeah, it's a combination of aggressiveness when needed and not so much like really chasing against the other teams. Thus, they became victorious. Like Bermuda United stayed in a 4v4, but RRQ is already positioned to get into the next rotation, the next move of that circle, and there's nowhere they can do. Up close, we have 3-person, and from far behind, they have 1 person in the snipes as well as a grenade launcher. Thus, Bermuda United had difficulty moving on.
Yeah, and you know, I think it was overall the pacing out of RRQ as well, not rushing in to meet the players of Buriram, but actually trying to take some isolated fights first before going in there for the finisher, right? Because remember, it was Moshi, the first one to get the snipe onto the RRQ player, and usually that's where chaos erupts. The rest of the Buriram army will come swooping on in, but that was impossible. Why? Because RRQ was up on the roof. RRQ needs to make the decision to get down and to find that engagement with Buriram, which eventually happened. Obviously, you know, one of the things that could have been so different is if Jonah still had grenades in his hands at that point of time, it would have been a death trap up there on the roof. But Jonah had already run out of those lethals already. They had to depend on the gunfights, and RRQ took it to them and showed them a good gunfight.
And we're going to look at the highlights as we talk more about the game, and couldn't agree with you more. I mean, he's not wasted, but used it up against Esports, but it's really needed because there's not so much of opening. He's the one in the front of the team, and he just needs to do something to be able to secure those elimination against Esports. Thus, they lost out and unable to fight back against RRQ in that manner.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, earlier on, we did see Twisted Minds engaging with Onyx Olympus, and Onyx just wasn't very lucky in terms of getting away. They were beaten, they were tattered, and then as they thought they had managed to escape, Falcons then showed up for the finishing blow. WAG's players didn't really have much of a luck out there as well. Revivals after revivals, kind of putting them in a tough spot, only to get shot out of the air. And this was what we were talking about earlier. Why Esports being bullied by one Buriram player called Jonah. And this guy masterfully, just knew exactly where to find each and every single player. And he got 3 knocks, and the rest of the Buriram army just came in there to pick up the final pieces. What a beauty to watch.
Yeah, and another beauty would be the number of MVP title or MVPs per game that Abe has taken. This is the 3rd MVP that he have, but compared to yesterday's final MVP, he now have 7 elimination on his hand, 25-22 on a damage and 2 assists.
Yeah, we're talking about the person with the most number of eliminations at the knockout stage, the one and only Abe, with a total of 37 after 12 games played. That was more eliminations even than players like Jonah from Buriram. So that is very, very impressive, right? And it's not like Buriram has not been playing a good game. Buriram ended up the competition on that number 1 spot. So this guy has got a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, a lot indeed. And well, one thing I would say is, despite of the number of booyahs that Buriram had, it has always been spread out. And one reason why I pointed out as well how Wasana was feeling after, while they're chasing all those enemies, all those stragglers, is because he wants that MVP for himself. So let's see if that would be something that would change. But in terms of team stats, in terms of usage and active skill, this is where Maal changed things up. From yesterday, from the knockout stage, we keep seeing him with that Steffi, and it does work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that we talked about, Neb.
Yeah.
We did talk about how if teams want to go up against Buriram very specifically, having that Steffi can be a game changer, because Buriram is so annoying, especially with Jonah and his M79. That grenade launcher is a massive death dealer. Ask Hua Esports, they'll tell you about it. And Maal here knows how to negate all of that damage from that annoying Jonah. And of course, once he negates that, then you send out players like Abe, 18 Deer to get those shots in, to rip away lives. And that's what will happen when you do exactly that. RRQ jumps up to that number 1 spot. Falcons, of course, in that 2nd place with 17 eliminations and 7 placement points. My goodness, they were quite far back. They were in the 4th spot, but still jumped up to 2nd, all thanks to those massive numbers through those elims.
Yeah, I mean, they started off first time we saw them really pop off, they had 9 elimination, and then it went 12 before they even step away from where they dropped, and then it continues on. But it's just unfortunate that they have to go against Buriram United on that edge, and then that's where they falter, or rather it's Twisted Mind that they went against, and then they faltered to get in to the next phase of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, it sometimes gets confusing because, that sounds like the story of everyone at a certain point, right? So I was trying to run, I saw Buriram, and then they did the Buriram stuff. It's a tough life, bro. When you're a pro player in the esports circuit here at Free Fire, it's a tough life, especially when you've got Buriram around. But of course, here they are the top dogs, but then of course there's something called Fluxo as well.
Ooh, that hurts.
That's why they're preparing, right?
Yeah.
That's why Southeast Asia now has preseason, all right? They're like, wait, we really need to get ourselves in shape because these boys have done it not once, but twice now. We need to bring the trophy back. We desperately need to bring the trophy back. So let's see exactly what happens soon then.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, every start of the day, especially in here, we are going to see more of those changes. But Nexterra has been taken by RRQ already. We're jumping into Kalahari, and we'll have to find out if RRQ can maintain their reign on that booyah. Otherwise, it will be taken by other teams, and I want to see those that falter from that first game, because it's a different map overall, a huge change in gameplay and game style, and they can capitalize on that.
Yeah, and of course, when you look at our Kalahari, you expect to think of Indonesian squads like RRQ or maybe EVOS, but you don't. You look at Hua Esports dominating, you look at WAG dominating. This is Vietnam. Vietnam, I tell you, has been impressing everyone. It was most definitely been impressing me in the recent times. And once again, here's the dominance, man. They are just so good. And of course, Vamos kind of making it up there as well. But, you know, this is just special mention because unfortunately, they did not make it through to the point rush stage.
It just so happened that the other teams are not that well in this map, but we'll see. We'll see if that will be replaced by a different team, but I'm looking forward to Hua Esports as well as WAG to take that spot once again. Spread out all those booyahs all across the region, so it will be much exciting once we get to that game number 6.
You don't have to tell me, my friend. You don't have to tell me. I know it's going to be exciting, man. I've been looking forward to it. This double point shenanigans, I absolutely love it. It's so exciting. I mean, you know, clearly it's affecting the teams because that match, the pacing is so different, right? The savagery is so different on that map. You know, even the desperate ones, the teams that have been kind of like... See, look, it's so exciting that we lost Neptune's camera, right? That's how exciting it was. Just kind of brought me back to years ago when I used to sit down watching TV and then the TV just blanks out. But of course, let's jump into Kalahari.
And that was just a camera. I'm still here. But let's see what's going to happen in Kalahari.
Neptune, your photo looks better than your video.
That hurts, bro.
I popped myself. No more mean jokes. Kalahari time, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. We're going to jump into Kalahari. The desert land of this battlefield will be quite different for the team. The flight path, it seems like it would be favorable to everyone, just straight from left to right, no diagonal, no changes. They just got tired of adding a few angles in this flight path. Thus, it will be like giving all our teams right now open area to drop if in case they don't want any hot drops.
Yeah, the flight path's getting a little lazy if you ask me. Left to right, top to bottom, bottom to top, left to right, right to left. Give us something different. But RRQ wants to give us something different. Actually, no, it's AG Global that wants to give us something different. Hot dropping RRQ here. And it looks like a refinery is going to be taken away by the Thai squad. Ma'al, now bleeding out on the ground. That's going for the escape. Do you have it?
What?
How? She got away with it. 150 HP, no problem, baby. The guy has got one medkit to play with, all right, Neptune? So this is like do or die for the guy.
That was just superhero move. Even the landing will be superhero. That's receiving damage. But I guess with that, if he has been spotted, that is a little bit distraction for Abe. But it's smart move for AG Global as well. If you want to stop RRQ from getting another booyah, then why not take them in a hot drop? And they did win a few of those gunfights. Let's see if they can survive.
Wasana, double vectors in hand. Diamond will be able to get a easy one. And Chino taken down as well. AG Global, how did AG Global get stuck with Twisted Minds all of a sudden? I thought they were going in for the pursuit of a different squad.
Yeah, they were chasing RRQ, and well, Twisted Mind just step in. They just step in and want to be part of the party. But speaking of party, they were united right now, bringing down a party against Bermuda United. It's left to Moshi and Jonah, and with this barrage of fight, of gunshots coming from Dewa United, 4 players. There's no surviving for Jonah. Thus, Moshi will be gliding out.
Oh, very interesting. I mean, that was Dewa United at their best. They most definitely had a decent fight, a 50-50 chance up against Buriram, and they turned that around to favor them so quickly, showing us exactly what the Indonesians are capable of when they put their minds to it. Beautifully executed, forcing Moshi to run away.
Actually, that has been happening, and I'm quite surprised that Dewa United hasn't backed off on that hot drop. That has been happening every time they meet up in Kalahari, and even now, I guess they've studied how well the position is, or what position they will take against Bermuda United, but just unfortunate for them that they didn't clear out. They didn't wipe out the entire team, because you know how it is. If they are taken down a little bit early, they will be aggressive. They will be pressured to get more.
Let's see if or not the pressure will be here for Falcons. To get 17 eliminations again, my God, that was a big game for them. Would have been nice if the 17 eliminations had been paired up with 12 from a Booyah, but, you know, sometimes we miss out. It's all right.
It's all right. I mean, Falcons, that is a good game already, and they're just preparing for that map number 6. So they've lost on that chances for a few times already. Now let's see if that will happen on Fire. A little bit nade action, but misses the shot. And Kabi up close and personal, but on Fire might not be able to get on the flank. That has been done, or that's being done. But there it goes, rescue by Keroro onto the other side.
Okay, well, the party's just started here for Falcons. Mufasa, you see that electrotherapy working there. Mufasa wants to flank around from the left-hand side, sending Peter towards the right instead. And this pincer actually fails for 1 second as Mufasa finds the backstab. Smart play coming through from Heavy to turn this around on Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, they have turned it around. Max 7 is doing its work, but Heavy right now will feel a little bit more heavy in this fight, though they are not out just yet. They have one more survivor, and we're still up to 12 teams.
Ellen now. Oh, Jojo from afar really nails that shot straight to the head. WAG toasting the boys from Malaysia.
Sodak right now.
Split
up.
Yeah.
Will this be Noki or Yeski?
just say your goodbyes, Nep. he's leaving us shortly. Critics no.
I mean, WAG is giving up as well, so it's still...
There you go.
Oh, no!
I told you to say your goodbyes.
I was hopeful. You know how I am.
Adam runs out of opportunities as Ekal puts an end to him. Dewa United up against Onyx Olympus. Dewa! Zyru at 590 gets the clip but doesn't finish the job. Zyru wasn't tagged, and here comes the counter attack, and the Trogon will meet his chest, and Zyru gets knocked down to the ground.
Yeah, less chance for him to hit that through the window, but more chance for the Trogon. Wings right now need to get away and run far, far away, but Dewa United is very, very close, very, very fast, and there's not so much of cover for him, but Zax will be spotted, and I guess that's time for him to turn tails, leaving it to the rest of the team.
North executing Wings instantly. Everybody from Onyx Olympus has been rewiped at least once now. That's not good for business, not good for the losing game. Oh my, what a shot! Abax, that was nasty. What in the world kind of movements are those, bro?
I mean, that's one thing that you need to practice. If you want to go against Bordeaux United, you need to practice those movements. You see
look at this move. No, seriously, those were some slick moves. I mean, he's barely aiming, you know. He's just like running and gunning and such fluid movements. And now EVOS together up against RRQ, Ma'al! Dropping aim god, but Abax going in here for the revenge now. P90 in hand, and Ma'al just sidesteps him. Ray meets him from the other side. Double revolvers in hand, and Ma'al gets caught out, and 590 to his head! What a play!
And Abax, the only guy remaining for Evos. The chase is still on, and there goes a shot once again. Ma'al taking 3 in this battle, eliminating one more. That makes us, or that brings us to 10.
My God, Ma'al the monster. Technically, that was a quadra for Ma'al, but that's got the final bullet in one of the other players from EVOS earlier. So that was unfortunate for Ma'al, but I guess Ma'al doesn't care. I mean, three limbs is decent, but it would have been nice to get the quadra.
won't be bitter there at some point.
I mean, we've all faced that situation where we've got a weak teammate just stealing our eliminations, bro.
I've named myself KS King every time I stream, though. So I mean, I know that. Well, I know the other side. I have a feeling of the other side of that story. But anyways.
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean it, but actually I did.
You know that.
Oh, what a shot! Hey, how? I don't even know how he got that shot. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I mean, Xbor is one guy, especially behind a glue wall, he can anticipate or probably guess. That's the thing. Guess or anticipate where the head will be, and he is a sniper overall. So that's one that can go against Moshi in terms of a 1v1. But speaking of that, Bermuda United is just next to them.
Honestly, I was wondering how did he get the glue wall penetration with the AWM, but it makes sense. It looks like he switched out to the AWM right after he took the shot with the M82B, and it looked like he took the shot with the AWM. These guys, their fingers are too fast, Nep. My eyes can't keep up. How? When did AWM start doing that? They did it. M82B supremacy, baby.
Where we're looking at Kalahari, so the double snipers would be a thing unless they take your suggestion. But let's see, AG Global right now having a little bit of trouble against two players of Twisted Mind, and Exposing will be taken now with a backstab. Chinoy, and let's see if Saming will be able to fight back a little bit too far, but he's the only one remaining.
Yeah, it's the only one remaining. Tries to get away. Saming. Circles not super hurtful at this point of time. Words hurt more than the blue. His commentary will hurt them more than the blue. WAG. WAG might just finish him off though, as he circles around. Oh my. AY United in the vicinity as well. Alan spotted out. Kiki, more beautiful shots, eliminates him. Question is, where's Twisted Minds?
Yeah, Twisted Mind is outside of the blue. The only question is how much of them has been revived. There it goes. Saming will be left behind and was able to go in for elimination. But again, this is the second going to the third, so that blue would hurt, and I don't think he has any way to go in.
Saming outside the circle ends the run of WAG. Nasty stuff. Good on the man. But now Buriram up against Dewa United. Dewa United, they shined once. Can they shine yet again up against the monster? Wasana. Oh, M590. It's a 1v1. No! But Get High gets involved. And that was a 2v1. That's unfair. Kiki dropped to the ground as well. Zach's trying to stay alive, but can he find a shot? Answers no. Jonah circles around looking for one. Zach can't even pick anybody up. That's about it for Dewa United. Buriram running circles around them as they shut them down.
Revenge mission for Buriram United. They have been taken down a little bit early, probably because they don't have much of that M590, but now that they do, they will be steamrolling this team. But wow, Esports team that we are looking at to grab another Booyah doesn't look like it. And there goes Wow Esports. It is AG Global who ends their reign.
Oh, but now it's AG up against Heavy. AG hasn't spotted Heavy just yet. Now they have Cypher and 590 in hand. Beautiful pump from up top. Get Nice. And the electrotherapy works to keep him alive just for 1 second. Barros gets the connection onto Get Nice. Who passes down on the ground. AG Global circling around. They find two more players. And Chinoy, one more shot needed. He gets the job done. And Heavy is toasted.
Dude, they got 2 points from the earlier match. Now they're trying to recover, and they have 4 eliminations already. Next up on the list is probably Team Falcons, just right behind him, and Cypher not waiting for them to go quick to get close.
Circle. Tickles. Oh, Limit. You cannot miss those shots, man. Almost walked away with that headshot there, Limit. Now getting tickled by shots as well. Falcon up against AG on fire, finding that flank from the left-hand side. Grenade launcher in hand, waiting for that opportune moment. Cypher's cooking up that nade as well. Do they manage to get that hit? He does get the clip, but the players don't get knocked down. And now they all scramble. They know they're dealing with a grenade launcher and they want none of it.
Barros right now going in with Cypher on that electrotherapy, but Peter is a little bit too hard to deal with, and On Fire will still deal damage from Avar, but Keroro right now needs to back away, otherwise he will be taken down, and he does go down, left to On Fire and Limit with only a few HP. On Fire trying to recover, but there goes the shot from Chinoy, and Limit is up to his limit, will try to go for that finisher, but for how long will he survive?
Yeah, how long can he survive? He's got the hook gun in his hands. Oh, turns around. Beautiful 180. Does he get another one? Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses, but doesn't get the connection onto Chinoy just yet. Does manage to hook onto Cypher. One shot, needs one more. And Limit doesn't get the job done just yet. Almost though. But Cypher ends the run of Limit as well as Falcons.
And as on the other side, Indonesian battle happening. Onyx Olympus going against RRQ. There goes Adam going down. Wings will be clipped as well. And RRQ is just raining fire on Onyx Olympus as quickly as that. About to end on Cyru's battle. And there goes 3 teams remaining in this fight. A 4v4 that might be happening once again between RRQ and Buriram United.
Oh my goodness. Buriram versus RRQ once again. Earlier match, RRQ walked away with a booyah. Buriram got the second spot. Both got the exact same number of eliminations. Now both teams are eyeing for that final circle fight yet again. AG Global's the only one in there that can make a difference. Cypher does manage to knock down a player from the side of Buriram who gets picked up. And now Cypher once again get high down on the ground. Jonah though takes Cypher out of the equation. Get high is about to get picked up by Wasana. Jonah keeping an eye on to Chinoy, the final player from AG Global, as RRQ stays silent.
And shots onto RRQ. Maal goes down. It's a good thing Emoshi will be flanking in there and getting his eyes on RRQ so that they will not be surprised. And then take down. No confirmation just yet. It might end in a 4v4, but there's still Chinoy that they need to deal with on the left-hand side of this field.
Oh, the rest of Buriram already rotating around to look for that final player out of AG Global, leaving Mochi together with a little bit of backup here. And it is the one and only Wasana. Both of them sniping from afar. Waiting for RRQ to step on out of their defenses. Now the question is, where is the circle going to move next? Who will the circle favor? One more player from the side of RRQ. Sprayed down onto the ground. And help is a little bit too far away, Nep.
Yeah, let's see if that would be able, they will be able to bring him back. No, I guess that's it for Maal. It will be a 3-way, 3-5-man battle. But no! Everyone just hit them from both sides. Chino gets that second place in Buriram United. This time around, grabs that booyah.
My God! What a game! What a play! Wasana with the double at the very end with the sniper. What a collateral on that shot.
Collateral indeed. I mean, I love how they place each other. Even if they know they have been spotted, they're not really giving up that position. They have that high ground. Moshi just took care of one angle and the rest is just going for the flank. Even with Chinoy in there waiting, it's not really trouble for them because they understand it's only one more player from a different team. So they have to maintain focus on RRQ so that they will not be beat in terms of numbers.
And this was that showdown once again. And there were not many eliminations. So it looks like at the end of this game, they got a total of 13 eliminations with a difference of a booyah to top that off as well. So more points for Buriram in this game number 2 as opposed to game number 1 from earlier. But it was a very well dragged out match now.
Yeah, I mean, it's dragged out. They didn't show up that much aggression. And Buriram United did fall a little bit early against Dewa from their drop. So I guess that's the reason as well why they didn't get that much of elimination compared to what we often see. But I guess everyone from Buriram United will be taking this, and this will add up to the number of MVP for the side of Buriram United. The only question is, which one will be taking it, and will that beat a base 3 MVP?
I mean, that is a possibility in terms of catching up to for Buriram. We've seen them grab 3 booyahs in a day. But like you've pointed out already, Nep, the only complicated thing here with Buriram is every time they get the booyah, somebody else gets the MVP on their team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like passing it around who will be the MVP. But we've seen how aggressive, how competitive they are, not only against other teams, but also within like the internal of the team. So they don't want to give that up that easily. And there was an interview as well, I guess from Wasana or from Moshi, that it's up to them. They have to take it away from the rest of the team. So if they want to be that MVP, then they have to do that work.
That's for sure. And it is not easy walking away from the rest of the crowd here as the victors and the MVP as well. But of course, consistency is mind-blowing from some of the squads out here. Like Buriram, they're able to repeat this time and time again with unbelievable accuracy, right? And, you know, it's actually very surprising that AG Global this time around here, when it truly matters, are showing up in their best form. Because remember, down here at the knockout stage, before getting here, the past 3 days, they haven't really been showing the best version of themselves. They just managed to scrape through and qualify yesterday.
Yeah, it seems like they tried to replicate what Buriram United, or probably they just went and popped off in the final 2 games from yesterday. Thus, they managed to get onto the top 12. So let's see if that's something that they could fix, because definitely it will need to be fixed if they want to go on the top dogs, if they want to maintain their spot in the next season's top dog ranking. But as we go into the highlights right now, this is where some of the teams really reign, but some has a falter, especially for Esports, who we expect will be grabbing another booyah.
I mean, I think there's no doubts whatsoever. But, you know, a little bit of a difference here. Remember, we were expecting the Vietnamese squads to do well on this map. I'm actually quite surprised that they got eliminated very early on.
Yeah, I mean, probably unexpecting of what will be happening from the other regions, especially on how AG Global are, how Team Falcons are, and it's just something that didn't happen from knockout stage. Knockout stage, it's like rotation wise, you only have 2 matches or 2 days of match against different region. Now everything is changing, and Kalahari is on the second game, so it's not so much of adjustment that they have done, which is or could have been a little bit quicker as early on this day.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Jonah is the MVP for the match this time round. 5 eliminations. This guy is an absolute insane member of the squad out there. Also has got the Zane in here on the play for the active skills. Basically, it only means extra temporary shields every single time he hops into battle, which is why he's so brave, right? Just running out in the open with his grenade launcher. He's just such a menace to deal with out there.
I see what you did there. Insane with a sane at this point for Jonah. 5 eliminations, 1685 on the damage, and 3 assists. And I love how Jonah really is leading the pack. How he is like finding new ways in playing this game in this new format. That unique character. Apart from Maal, he's the one who's getting away from the norm, trying to test other characters' active skills to use so that they can probably use that as a trump card once they get into different levels of the competition. So MVP, Buriram United, the Booyah, Buriram United, that would be the second Booyah for today after RRQ has taken it from Nexterra.
It was a delight to watch Buriram do what they did out there on the battlefield, fighting back from a position where it seemed like they were not really going to get the booyah because of how some of the other teams were doing, especially AG Global. But finding that spot on that high ground made the biggest of difference for themselves. And of course, let's look at the active skills here. And it seems like nothing much has changed for Buriram from yesterday to today, right? They still are running that Zane, Cassie Tatsuya, as well as Koda combination, which seems to be doing them a lot of favors in remaining very resilient out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. That's something that we really like to see from Buriram United. Consistency as well as getting away from the norm, which is ironic. It's ironic because, well, if you want to get away from what's normal, what the other teams are normally doing, you have to, like, change a little bit from time to time. But if it's working for Buriram United, they will stick with it, and it does work for them in terms of that booyah. But for AG Global, elimination wise, they really popped off.
No doubt at all. AG Global, I mean, this was even better than the previous match where we saw, I believe, Falcons picking up 17 eliminations. That was a really, really strong game for them. But AG kind of just topping that with the 18, getting the second spot as well, gives them an edge over Buriram. But of course, Buriram hitting that booyah for the 13 and the 12 for a total of 25. RRQ maintaining consistency, which means they are going to be hot on the heels of Buriram on the top side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, no one's letting go of that number 1 or number 2 spot just yet. Team Falcons has been brought in with 13 points, but it's a little short compared to AG Global and Burim United, so they might not be on that level just yet in terms of on placement in our standing. So we're going to see that in a bit. And there you have it, 46 points in total coming from Burim United, 40 points from RRQ, Team Falcons in third with 37, AG Global with 29, Y Sports Heavy, and WAG. 3 Vietnamese teams very close to each other. Twisted Mind has been left behind, and the Indonesians, or the rest of the Indonesian team, has been pushed down. And Todak, well, we might have been expecting this, but not this low. 2 points overall after 2 games. They need to do more.
At least they're not at 0, bro. That's one thing that we can smile about. At least they're not 0 at this point in time. It's a tough lobby, especially for the Malaysians. We all know that Todak just but this is their opportunity to bring out some sort of magic out there. I'm just looking for that moment of magic.
Yeah, let's see what magic they will be bringing in this battlefield right now, as we are going to it will change.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there is a possibility here that Todak just suddenly, just goes into this explosive mode and then jumps up the leaderboard. But I hope if they're actually going to have a moment like that, they wait until game number 6, right? Because if they do it too early, it's going to be a waste of time, my friend.
Yeah, hopefully they're not wasting time. They only have one chance, one day to get those head start points to be able to bring it over to Championship Rush. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, more matches.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Pre-Seasons Point Rush. We are, after 2 games, geared in for game number 3 now. We kind of know which teams are heated up. We kind of know which teams are struggling down there at the bottom. We are hoping for a miracle for them. We are also hoping for some of these top flight teams to go a little bit more crazier so that we can have fun together. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day, and we've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. I mean, the new format has like excited us day after day, match after match. There is a few wherein it's quite slow, but it doesn't stay that way. It really changes the pace of the game. It really changes the phase of the esports scene in terms of Free Fire.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the shake-up. I love the introduction of so many new rules that doesn't really make it seem so awkward or weird, right? It's not really pushing the boundaries in terms of, how weird the rules are. In fact, it's just brought so much of color into the whole competition. It's just brought so much of excitement into the gameplay. There's something for us to look forward to. In the past, there was a point of time where I wasn't actually looking forward to the final game already because, sometimes some dominant teams, they kind of finish off the competition very, very quickly, right? So we kind of have now new rules to accommodate such savagery, to accommodate such supremacy on the Free Fire esports front. And, instead of just shutting them down or letting it be a boring journey all the way to the end, they have now given us reasons to wait for game number 6, right? Such as the double points for the eliminations, such as, a potential of all of us going crazy as the leaderboard switches up, drastically. That's what I live for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not stuck to like the usual teams already dominating that top spot. Even the top half has been changed so many times. Surprises overall day after day. But at the end of the day, especially when we ended our knockout stage as to who got to this point rush as well as for tomorrow's grand finals. But as we look into the game schedule, we started off Nexterra for game number 1. RRQ grabbed that booyah, and then Borem United took it away from them in Kalahari. Purgatory will be our next, and the order that we have right now, for those of you just joining us right now, has been randomized day after day, especially adding to that random game number 6.
Absolutely, man. And of course, now 6 points between RRQ and Buriram. RRQ currently 6 points behind Buriram. Falcons not too far away from RRQ. They're only 3 points away, which basically means these teams are very, very, very close to each other. The final game, I'm actually just hoping an underdog, just gets a massive game and then is able to create some sort of miracle for themselves here at Point Rush. Because once again, man, there are a lot of head start points available for use in the grand finals. But of course, before we get there, let's see who may have a good advantage at this map. The top 3 teams who have been able to pick up decent points all belong to Indonesia. Indonesia likes a new map now.
They like new map. They like this format as well. 73 points, imagine, from a team Evos for Purgatory, but they did have multiple instances in playing that. And that will be one random map from day number 1, and they were part of that as well. And that's one thing. If that's part of a random map, it's already double in terms of points. So more points, more chances of them to be on that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's a potential upset here as well, and the one that is about to be upset is me, right? I don't want the pace to slow down, and usually the pace slows down at Bermuda, right? You kind of pointed this out. Everybody's just trying to play safe on that map. Purgatory is kind of, massive as well. I'm just hoping for the flight path to mess the teams up from the very get-go, right? For some early engagements, give us something to scream about. Because if not, Neptune, it takes them a while to meet each other. But the new circle system, though, I really like the pace of the new circles. They're really bringing us the heat very early on in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to a stage wherein it's very, very small earlier compared to the previous one, and it doesn't stay the same. There's no more anticipating, stacking up on the meds, and then healing once you get there, even if you're solo. It will move, it will get away from you, so that you need to be more tactical, and all those things. And you did mention that the changes that we are experiencing right now might well, it doesn't look weird, but it did look weird from the first time we saw it, from the first time we encountered it. But now it's just like everyone's adapting it. Even us, we're adapting it. And hopefully the viewers out there are adapting to these changes, because you will be seeing more of this all throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, many people, they oppose change because change basically needs you to use your brain and like kind of comprehend new stuff, right? So there's a little bit of an aversion to using the noggin sometimes. But you know, these changes are really important because, like I said, if not, I mean, I've watched so many esports matches under the Free Fire umbrella so far. It's very easy to get bored, right? And not just from a caster perspective, from a viewer, an audience perspective as well, it might just get a little bit too, you know, old to watch. Like at the end of the day, you're just coming here to just watch your favorite team go and win. You don't really care about the other elements of the match. But I feel like this actually keeps things interesting. I actually truly want to tune in to see what could potentially happen, right? Because like what we both agree on, there is actually no way to make a prediction how the leaderboard is going to look like by the end of the day because of these new changes. Because everything can just change on that game number 6.
Yeah, I mean, and the performance of the team is getting better as well. We've seen, like, it's not just a domination of Thailand anymore. RRQ and Indonesia is doing that much already. And with that, like, if how close it is, not even have to be like one after the other. They could be 2 steps behind, and they can get on top of that number 1 by the end of that game number 6. So that's how exciting it is. That's why everyone needs to be stay tuned, because you don't know. It's not sure just yet. It's not written down in stone just yet. There's still a lot of changes that might happen.
Speaking of Indonesia, bro, how in the world did Bigatron Delta not make it, man? I mean, they were just so impressive, you know, in recent times. And for them to not make it through to the point rush stage is very, very shocking for me. I mean, it's even more shocking that Dewa United made it and Bigatron Delta didn't make it, right? Because they were known at one point as the Giant Slayers. And, you know, from just playing with teams to take down just the top dogs to make a name for themselves, they actually became a very well-rounded team that was able to consistently pull away points, and now they don't even make it to point rush. I'm actually quite happy for the brand that it happened here, because you find out now, you know, on the pre-season, rather than finding it when the actual event kicks place later on, to find out that you can't really match up, right? So I'm in a way glad that it has happened to them, but I'm actually very surprised it happened.
Yeah, it's a new format. They're just like newcomers in this level of the competition, and they are just getting used to how it is from the past. And now, like, everything changes. They weren't able to adapt it. They are making some changes. They're not the Giant Slayers overall. They're trying to spread their target across the other teams as well. But you know how it is. When you don't target the top dogs, if you don't beat them down early and you try to like focus yourself on the other teams, then they're the ones getting back to you by the end. And probably like it seems like that's what happened all throughout the knockout stage.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that's exactly what happened there as well, right? The confidence factor is truly something that can mess with you. And I think Bigatron Delta built a lot of confidence earning the title as the Falcon Hunters, the Falcon Slayers, because, you know, once they realized that, hey, wait a minute, I can actually dominate the champions of EWC, that actually put them on a very, very decent place within their own heads. And they were going out with that confidence. And once that confidence got taken away, once they saw the reality of how savage the esports system is here within Free Fire, of how difficult it is to conquer, I think they kind of lost it.
Yeah, let's see if they lost it right now. We're going to jump into the game, and this time it is Purgatory. The question will be thrown, will they be brought to heaven or brought to hell after this battle in Purgatory? Game number 3 in Point Rush stage, and our flight path is somewhat a little bit still merciful from Ski Lodge going to Mount Villa. So let's see if any hot drops will be happening against these teams, and it seems like there's a few more in the early stage.
Yeah, I guess the flight path listened to me, bro. It was like, okay, Mustachio, all right.
Just a little.
Mission accepted. Instruction received. Heavy gunfight here up against Dewa United, a team that actually did pretty well against Buriram earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they will be able to do it once again. Probably stack up on the points before they go in against Buriram. But Heavy has already felt that pressure and has one casualty already. But speaking of casualty, Esports taking out a little bit too early.
Way too early, bro. That's like literally the minute mark. And they've made their exit already. Esports not looking too great for them. And they were not too bad on the leaderboard as well. They were on the 5th spot the last time we looked at them. And Heavy as well, facing heavy losses. A team that is on the 6th spot. Both Vietnamese teams doing very badly at the start of this game.
And it's tough though. It's tough. You have a chance to be able to overtake probably some of the teams, especially those not performing in the early parts of this day. And I'm talking about AG Global, but they really know how to recover. So hopefully Vietnam and all the teams from Vietnam will be able to recover, stepping away from the middle of the pack in the standings and moving up. But it's difficult when you're dealing with Buriram. You're dealing with RRQ as well as Team Falcons, and in addition, AG Global, that would be a difficult task for them.
I mean, sometimes you just need to learn how to manage such a crisis. And speaking of crisis, Onyx Olympus about to encounter one. Buriram keeping an eye on them. Very dangerous spot for Get High to hold on to. But the rest of his team members are just there beside him. Osana with the flank of the far right angle. And it looks like Buriram is looking to flank around, maybe?
I mean, a rush is possible, knowing that they're already set up, but Moshi information already, so that it would be a long rotation, just a relay as to where crime is, and this might be it for this guy.
Okay, Adam from the back. Oh, Moshi, come on. Does this man have like eyes on the back of his head or something? Wasana jumping out of the car. Crime trying to get away. Oh, what a boost here. Rebel rush by Wasana just to light the car up. Crime will be able to fly away out of harm's way. Beautiful stuff to play the game of aversion up against Buriram here. Onyx Olympus not out of hot water just yet.
Let's see if they'll be able to get away with a good backup as well as good exit mission, but it will not last any longer. The pickup will be done or will be attempted onto Crime, but Wasana and the rest of the teams are already on it. Wings almost being taken down, but he's now healing up with a vehicle. It will be difficult for Onyx Olympus just to fire back that quickly, and there goes the hit coming from Jonah.
Oh, this is just savage, man. Onyx. Oh, look at Jonah! Just taking the fight straight up to them. Get Eye from the back as well. Here comes the backup. Wasana at 590 in hand and cleans up the house. Picking up his brother. There's nothing too hard for the team of Buriram.
Yeah, Buriram United already with 4 points. And we are still at 11. After Wa has been eliminated first, so I guess there's still hope for Onyx Olympus. So let's see for RRQ if that is same story as they are against Team Falcons. It would be a long-range engagement right now. Looking at that revival from Onyx, they are still in the game.
Okay, RRQ up against Falcons. Big fight. These teams are in the 2nd and 3rd spot. Ma'al gets that knock onto Peter, but that revenge is found by Kororo. M590 on for the pop from both sides. Now Limit with a headshot from afar. Can you find the finisher before the pickup comes through? That's nowhere close. Limit does manage to find the elimination. And Falcons now in the driver's seat as 2 more are left on the side of RRQ.
This needs to be very, very quiet right now, though he has a capacity to hit them from afar, but needs to be silent, needs to be disciplined with that trigger. But limit, and the rest is getting really, really close. And I think it will be time that he will be spotted. Didn't even notice limit on the left-hand side, and Dutch right now will be taken down.
Oof. Limit. Just nasty with the capability. Mid to long roll. Oh. Are they going to be able to? No, that's their own player within the car. I thought it was just the final one, but it's okay. Get Nice going to get spotted out. That's nice for Falcons. Not nice for Get Nice and Heavy.
Let's see if Heavy. I mean, Get Nice has been one of that player who's not being successful, especially on the survival game. But with the rest of the teams with him, it might be a different story. But Daewoo United is also stalking them onto their right side, on the right side of Lumber Mill, and behind them would be Team Falcons. If I am Heavy, if they have that information, they can move away and probably leave or deal with North a little bit later, but they're not waiting. They want to get all those points.
Let's see if this patience will pay off. Heavy. North from afar. Kabi finishes him off. Falcons showing up. This is not good. On fire, spotted him out already. Mufasa! Peter spots him out. Uh-oh, there's one trouble. Kabi! What a headshot! Uh-oh.
Let's see. It's a good thing that there was a glue wall out there. Otherwise, they will be additioning onto Kabi right there, lined up in that alley. And here comes 3 players. Not looking good for Kabi right here. As there goes Kuroro for that jump shot.
My God, I mean, that was just revenge. Oh, what a grenade. Oh, does not explode in time. And Peter, look at the speed. Rebel rush. And rushes into Hans' funeral straight up. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 8 elimination, similar to what we've seen earlier. Hopefully it doesn't end from what we've seen, that they will not be getting that Puya. Stacking up on elimination, yes, that's good. But this time around, especially with the new conditions, winning condition for the championship, they need to focus on that Puya.
Twisted Minds. WAG has the vantage point, but of course their heads are going to be exposed. Twisted Minds can play the counter attack, but you need high levels of accuracy there. Ice grenade laid out by WAG. Nameless. Oh, look at the access here. Pushing on forth. And Krillin will protect the rest of his team members with the left-hand side flank, and he gets pushed away. And Allen found with the grenade launcher. Exposy opening up the team of WAG. And now Nameless going in with the shot. He will be able to find that one pop, but quickly traded out. One final player on the side of Twisted Minds, called Saming, as Exposy goes down as well. Saming now trying to work this out with a mini Uzi in hand. Export doesn't have the bullet. M82B in hand, still protects himself with the glue wall. The rest of the players are there. X-Ball! X-Ball! Final player on the side of WAG gets the quadra to settle off Twisted Minds.
Oh my goodness. And that was what I'm expecting. It's just unfortunate that Saming didn't pull out a sniper on him. A 1v1 and a snipe up close and personal would be great highlight, but Export already had that on his side. 4 elimination just coming from this guy. The sniper with that Hawkeye on him will be leading WAG to more of those points.
This is a kid's show. I can't swear on stream. That was a damn good one. Oh, what a game, bro. What a play. Buriram 4 eliminations strong up against the Indonesians. Onyx Olympus shortly within the vicinity, but no engagements just yet. Wondering what's taking so long as Jonah hops around. Wing spotted out. Moshi, Cheeky. Look at Wasana. Not waiting for anything, just getting that information and saying, I got this, bro.
I guess the reason why they are not moving is they haven't spotted the ones that they came across a little bit early. So they spot, or it's Moshi who spots one from afar. But here comes RRU a little bit early, and they might be meeting with BRU as well. There goes Wings being taken down, but instantaneously being recovered.
I don't know why whenever the M590 fires, it just sounds like slaps to me, you know.
Well, it feels like slap for the for the ones on the other side, though.
Yeah. Tap, 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 tap. It sounds like these players are all getting slapped by the shotgun. Oh, Dewa United. And thankfully, there's a Drogon. Takes the final player of the Indonesian squad out. Now, Onyx Olympus still surviving. Their players in close proximity with both Buriram and RRQ moments ago. Toda finding the end of the barrel of Cyrus's M590. This shotgun is just littered all over the battlefield.
Yeah, let's see if they can light it even more as Heavy going against Team Falcons. And Heavy right now, most of the time they are good coming from long range before they head to up close battle, but against Team Falcons there's no waiting. They are on fire, more elimination coming from them. 3-1 split where Limit will be hanging back on the snipes, and with those gunshots this will start off. And Limit, good headshot and a takedown against Hans.
What a shot indeed, my friend. Jojo brought back by Videls. Heavy still not eliminated fully yet. Falcons on the hunt. 11 eliminations. Super strong. Oh my, Toda just getting burned down to the ground by Chinoy and Barros. AG Global now hunting down the Malaysian squad.
Let's see, we haven't had any glimpse of Toda just yet. And Team Falcons though, 11 elimination on them. They are the ones with the most elimination at this moment, similar to what we've seen in Kalahari. But Evo's right now with 4, trying to take down 2 of the players from Onyx Olympus, and they have 1 more behind them. So they need to be careful though, but I don't think that guy who's in the middle of the next circle will be moving. If I'm not mistaken, that was a revive, and he's just hiding out.
Absolutely, man. And Buridam kind of being quite iffy with their position here with the circle and bouncing in and out. I guess I understand why. They're hunting. Fishing, I have to say. Fishing out in the blue. There's an Onyx player out in the blue. It better not be a rare fish. Gotta throw it back into the water then.
Yeah, probably a blue marlin, I would say. Well, if he stays long for that, it will be a blue marlin, a blue porcupine, that is, for Onyx Olympus.
How did Jojo get a full squad revival at this point of the game?
Stacked up. I don't know, probably beat a few, but again, it's not ideal to revive a few. It's more of survivability and getting placement points. So hopefully they can get that. But engagement going on, especially in this level, 4th phase going into the 5th.
Yeah, there's just so many fights happening all at the same time. And all I'm looking at is Abex running around in the house.
Well, Avex really needs to run around because the pickup will be done on Russia and Ray. So hopefully they can recover before everyone else rushes in. But I don't think anyone will be able to do so. On the other side, WAG managed to take down a few players from AG. And not just a few players. That will be an entire squad being eliminated. Now Evos rushes in onto Onyx.
Okay, I'm done looking at Abex. Oh, thank you. Thank you, observers. Ray now going in for the hunt. Grime. Charge Buster in hand. Man doesn't get an opportunity just yet. Spotted out by Ray. Groza in hand. But Ray just runs into the fences instead. And Apex won't be able to find the backstab, taking Crime out of the equation. But that's not the end of Onyx Olympus just yet. One more player in the name of Wings deep in the center.
Yeah, I mean, Wings has been there for the longest time, now feeling the wrath of everyone surrounding him. In the middle, that is not a good spot, especially on this open area. That will be a compound that everyone will be taking in a bit. And with 4th to the 5th, everyone from the 6th team remaining will be rushing in, but WAG will try it with a lot of glue wall.
A lot of good Limit. I gets the shot through the glue wall, but it's someone else that takes the knock. No eliminations coming on through just yet, and Limit has to move with the rest of the squad as the circle pushes on in. And now the next spot, just a tad bit too far away from the rest of the Falcon players, very close to Buriram, who do have the advantage.
See if they can take advantage of that as well. The takedown on Dutz can be stolen, and he does that. It is Kiroro who managed to get it for the 13th elimination. But they still have WAG on the right-hand side. They don't need to lose focus, but there goes a Godnade coming from Jonah that cleans out RRQ.
My goodness. It is now a battle between 5 more teams, surprisingly, 17 players. The Indonesians are going to finish each other off here towards the top side of our map. And as I say that, EVOS God Nade takes out the final player from the side of Onyx Olympus. Deep inside the center of the circle is Buriram, Riptide Rhythm, breaking down the defenses, but nobody is home. The rest of the Falcon players on for the approach. Wasana outside the circle. M590! Wasana, what a shot! On fire down on the ground. Wasana now playing with fire right outside the circle. Once again, trying to break down these blue walls. Needs another shot. Ends the fate of a player first. Spots out Kororo's back. Goes in for the hunt. But the maze of blue walls will stop him as Jonah finds his opponent first.
Hop Lil Jonah, hop, hop, hop. That is the song right now for Buriram United. Actually, for everyone from Buriram United with that M590, they will just be hopping and shooting, but Limit 7 will be taken down. There goes a Team Falcons. It's up to Evos to stop Buriram United, but that would be easier said than done.
Yeah, man. 51% potential win rate here. Once again, Buriram is in the final circle with an Indonesian squad. This time, it's EVOS Divine. This time, it's with EVOS, who's currently in the 11th spot. So EVOS desperate for some points here. Can they finish off the Giants, who have gotten into the final circle 2 times in a row now? Wasana, M590 in hand, spots out one player, but a good blue wall erected by both him and his opponent. It blocks off the shot. Jonah down on the ground. Moshi does get the revenge. Ray taken out of the equation already, but Jonah bleeding out. Get High goes for the save. In the meantime, the 2 players from the side of EVOS Divine circling around just to meet and Rasya shut down by Jonah.
Only 2 players remaining. Let's see if they will be able to get away. Apex right now back on turn. And there goes Coachil seeing Coachil on this battlefield. And there we have it. Evo's Divine being taken down. Buriram United for another. Oh, that booyah.
Not a single Buriram player down on the ground bleeding out. They were savage. And you just heard that slap. Slap, slap. They were slapping everybody back to the lobby, and they claimed the 2nd booyah of the day for themselves. Massive number of eliminations, point after point after point, all ripped away by Buriram. My goodness me, nobody seems to be able to stop these monsters at the point of time.
They're getting back to it. If it was from before, if we can rewind from before and they can do it once again, they are on the road to get another booyah, and that will be a 3-way back to back to back. But right now, let's deal with 2 first. Coming from Kalahari, that will be a booyah with 13 elimination. Now, going into Purgatory, that will be a booyah with more than 15 on the elimination.
Yeah, man, and of course, even the 13 was massive for the squad already. I believe they got a total of 17 because there was only 2 more squads left. So obviously all 4 lives they claimed for themselves. So Buriram United, massive, massive game here. So 17 plus the 12 gives them a total of 29 points off of this match. They just put a huge gap between themselves and RRQ.
Yeah, definitely a huge indeed. RRQ might have fallen already from that 2nd place, and they will be replaced by a different team. So based on the performance, based on number of elimination, it seems like Team Falcons will be taking over that spot, and we will have 2 Thailand on that 2 spot. But Buriram United, after the 2nd booyah, will be getting that number 1, and well, the lead might not be that slow.
It has been a phenomenal day here, watching everything that Buriram United can bring out there onto the battlefield. Now, we kind of know this. We've seen this so many times. Buriram is no stranger to dominating their opponents out there on the battlefield. But what's so amazing is how they have perfected it over time. And yes, they were always dominating, but this is just so clean. The executions are fantastic. And in the past season, we kind of have seen teams catching up with them. Doesn't look like it right now, though.
Yeah, I mean, with the changes that they've done, especially with the weaponry that they are holding, the movement itself, that has been done by Buriram United when the Trogon has been introduced. Now, another weapon that is equally, if not more powerful.
Yeah. More
will be, I mean, by the time that it has been released. So M590 has been more right now against the Trogon, but the initial release, the initial use in esports scene is looking like too easy for Buriram United.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point of time, if things just stay this way, it looks like they're just going to run away from the competition. But of course, I think there is still room for surprise here. Somebody might just step up their gameplay. I mean, AG Global, surprisingly, today has been doing very, very well. RRQ has always been pretty consistent in terms of giving Buriram a run for their money. Falcons, though, very different from what we have seen at the knockout stage. They are very much on game this time around. The difference is Falcons, they have not taken a single booyah for themselves. So maybe in this next map.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of tactics, in terms of rotation, they have been known to take like surprises overall. But Buriram United, Jonah, well, no surprise right there, grabbing his third MVP. And I guess with all those elimination, that would be a lead against Abe, who got 37 from last time we saw him overall after that MVP. So Jonah, 7 elimination, 28, 95 and damage, 6 assists for this game.
So I wonder actually what's the element here that makes Jonah decide either to bring Zane in or to bring that A1 to 4, because it's a very different lineup of active and passive skills, right?
If I'm not mistaken, it like they just switch a few of those skills. Let's see in a bit if that will be any changes. Earlier, I saw Kairos being worn by Wasana, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something that they are trying as well. If it would be a single Kairos, so there might be a few changes from Wasana's side. But then again, this is just Buriram United. They know they have the lead. They know they can take that lead, and then they can play around all those skills. And going back to A124, OG, especially in a map like Purgatory, they know that this will be beneficial because of the open area and a chance that they can take, like, stun anyone from those blue walls on that final circle.
I'm just very curious as to how and why he's actually switching around. Because you see, this time the Zane's not run unless he picked Zane by accident earlier. Doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, he's still got the MVP. He's the double MVP now holder for the Sky of Buriram. I'm just wondering if or not the difference of bringing in the active skill decides what sort of a role he plays actively on the battlefield. I mean, I can't tell a difference, bro. He was aggressive in both games.
He was. I mean, aggressive in both games
now.
But he did fail earlier in he did fail earlier in a few instances. Probably that triggered him to change and switch around as well, even in the passive skill. I did mention that I saw like Wasana pull that Kairos, and then they switch. Now it's Wasana with Tatsuya, Joseph, Nairi, and then Shani. And for the rest, Ketai will just be that support that would be behind Wasana. So it's just like Jonah is the one trying to test out all those changes, and then the rest can follow through if they want to.
Okay, so yeah, and Shani's technically a little nerfed, so I'm wondering what's up with Wasana's lineup this time as well, right? So he does get the shield points when the when the skill is activated. But the thing is, it also shares it out with the team members who are close to him, which makes sense. Buriram, they do stick together quite close. Okay, so it could also just be that these guys are experimenting and seeing exactly what sort of active-passive lineup can get them the most number of points in the day. It could also be a map-based active-passive skills lineup. This is a job for Mr. Neptune. You gotta run the numbers for me based on their lineups, bro. We gotta make sense out of this before the real thing starts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, by tomorrow on the championship, we'll be able to study, because like from knockout stage, they didn't change it that much. Like we did notice a few changes with that saying it was introduced in the final map from Buriram United, but this time with that change, it really brings in that question. Why are they not sticking to it? What changes? What mindset do they have that affect all those change? And I guess the rest of the teams will do so. Might not be able to get it now because we haven't had a full picture of how things are, because we're just in game number 3. But by tomorrow on the championship rush day, that is where we're going to see that. But as we see, we have Buriram United with that booyah, and this time around they had that #1 spot.
Absolutely. And of course, massive points collected towards the top of the leaderboard, whereas almost nothing towards the bottom. You can see why Esports kind of clunking out with nothing on their side. Twisted Minds just 3 points heavy with the 4 alongside Dewa United. Toda only grabbing 6. RRQ and Onyx, they weren't lucky as well. Onyx just barely reaching the double points mark. AG Global the exact same, and then of course, Buriram is just miles beyond them. And one biggest factor here obviously is going to be the elimination points, because the placement points are very, very limited.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we really focus on in terms of like the early parts of the competition of like Free Fire Esports is we focus on the balance, and then later on when the changes of placement has been done, we focus on how much you can deal with if you can get aggressive with elimination. And Borem United is just showing up. Even Team Falcons showed up with so much in the early parts and the mid part of this game, but with that, booyah, back to back, they will be getting a total of 75 in total. That will be a huge lead, 17 points against Team Falcons.
And now let's assume the champion, let's assume today's the grand finals. Let's assume the champion rush, is currently in play. Buriram still will not be eligible to become the champion in game number 4 yet, since they only have 75 points. They need to exceed 80 points. And technically, if you look at the way the points are currently on the table, it seems like RRQ is going to have quite a tough time reaching 80 points by the time we get to the end of the 4th game. So there is a possibility where only Buriram has met that condition to be champion by the time we go into Alpine. This could all technically end in game number 5 itself. There is a possibility that Falcons kind of joins them on that 80 points by the end of this next map. But of course, there is also the third probability where in game number 5, neither Falcons nor Buriram gets the booyah, even though they are past 80 points, and it's RRQ or something, right? So once again, it puts so much of emphasis on that final, on the booyahs that the other teams get once they see their opponents reaching 80 points. Because once that happens, everybody needs to gun for the booyah to make sure those that do meet the champion rush condition do not hit those 12 points.
There's also a different side of the story wherein they met that condition. They're just waiting for the booyah, and they can be targeted by a lot of teams in the early part. So if two teams like had the same mindset, thought of it, drop on the usual spot where Buriram is, if in case they already met that condition, then it's just avoiding them from getting that booyah. And like early damage or early engagement that will damage their numbers, their performance would be like troublesome for them. That would be stressful for anyone in that position.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. Now, we do apologize for the delay here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It seems like one of the teams, one of the players from the squads out there is having an issue with their device. So obviously that's going to put things on hold. We are not going to allow the lobby to get kicked off when anybody out there is having issues with the devices, because then, it becomes a very unfair environment for that specific team. So we gotta just chill, wait for them to get that sorted out as quickly as possible, and then get these matches on the way. Right now, we are actually at our halfway point. 3 games have concluded, 3 more games to go, and we are being led by 2 Thai squads, mainly being Buriram and Falcons. Right behind them is Team RRQ from Indonesia, followed by AG Global from Thailand. So technically, in your top 5, you've got 3 Thai teams. In the 5th spot stands WAG with a total of 35 points, at least some representation for Vietnam in the top 5.
Yeah, following them is Evo's Divine with 31 points, and Heavy as well, who, WAG managed to pull away from that 3 stack on Vietnam, and Heavy will try their best to be able to get to that 6 points below Evo's Divine, and Hua Esports were tied with them as well after the engagement. Down the bottom, like Onyx Olympus, that was a tough battle for them. They did survive a little bit longer from that Purgatory map, but cannot do anything. Only one player in the middle of that map. Everyone's gunning for them and cannot even put in so much of elimination. They waited for a chance to get that probably a booyah or a higher placement point, but the circle was not favorable in that position. For Twisted Mind, they went down a little too early. I'm quite surprised that happened, but I'm looking forward to them going back to grabbing most of the elimination. If not, they're doing that already. They have more on elimination compared to placement points, but it's really taking a toll in terms of their placement in the league.
Absolutely, man. And of course, if that's going to take a toll on you guys, then there are obviously some things that needs to be fixed before you get to that stage. And these kinds of breaks actually gives you the availability to do exactly that. Look at EVOS Divine, man. They're already on that iPad. They're trying to formulate what their next plan is before they get into map number 4. Map number 4 is that OG Bermuda map. Actually, technically, it's not OG Bermuda. It is the remastered Bermuda that they're all going to be dropping into.
Yeah, remastered Bermuda. So for those of you who haven't updated just yet, actually with all this, there's a lot of excitement into the game as well, because everything that's being experienced, that's being that you're seeing right now on broadcast, you will be able to experience into the game as well. So why not get back, download all those maps, download like all of those characters as well, skills that we are using. You try everything that is being used by those shown on the screen coming from the Booyah, and you might be the next one grabbing more Booyahs in the battlefield. But as we wait, there's like not so much changes that might happen in Bermuda, though a slowdown is possible. But when we look into performance of each team in this specific map, RRQ has more potential to be able to grab a Booyah, followed by Team Falcons, because of the number of points in this knockout stage that they have put in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, there is a possibility here that, let's say, a team like Twisted Minds, and by the way, Twisted Minds is having a horrible day today. They're currently sitting in the 10th spot with a total of 22 points. And if you look at Buriram, they have a total of 75 points. So what is that? That's 4. That's about
22
40
to 75.
Yeah.
43.
So, yeah, 43 points difference there. If they go into game number 6, and if they get about
53.
Yeah, okay. So if they get about 20-ish, oh, that's a lot to get. 20-ish eliminations, that's going to put them in a good position to jump up and catch up with Buriram. But of course, that's assuming the gap between Buriram and Twisted Minds does not increase. If they can kind of close that gap a little bit before we get to game 6 and then pull off a miracle, it should still be a possibility to jump from the 10th spot all the way to number 1 and steal the 10 points away.
Yeah, but it seems like compared to like the last time we saw them, or not the last time, the first time we saw both of these teams in the knockout stage, Buriram United just slowed down or like didn't really pop off in the beginning. So that thus giving Twisted Mind more chances to overtake Buriram United before they went in that pop-off. And then when they played once again from day number 3, Twisted Mind was left in the middle of that day number 3 leaderboard. So it's if Buriram United, if we're asking if Buriram United will be not performing to be able to let Twisted Mind catch up, I don't think they will be letting it go. First is because they're aiming for that MVP title. The number of MVPs that has been taken by Jonah still matches Abe, so there's still a few more that they can put into. Now, if in case they can get another Booyah, Jonah becomes an MVP. One lead is not enough for Buriram United. You know, they're not letting that go that easily.
No, they're not letting that go. And even if at this point of time, even if neither Buriram or RRQ gets more Booyahs and more MVP titles for themselves, Jonah will still win that $500 if, of course, he doesn't get overtaken by any other teams, because both Jonah and Abe, they've got 3 MVPs each, but Jonah has got more eliminations. Jonah right now has got a total of 44 eliminations. Abe, on the other hand, has a total of 38. So we're fighting for $500 here as well, man. $500 is a lot of money.
Yeah, and definitely that's one individual player who'll be able to get that in addition to the piece of the prize pool that he will be getting for the entire team. So why not talk about a little bit of money while we stall? that's something that everyone really needs or want.
What they need is for us to shut up, because I'm if there's one thing I know for the past 5 years dealing in esports, the audience are always like, guys, can we watch the game? Okay, now we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We still try to sort out the players' mobile device issues. When we come back, we'll kick that match off for you guys, okay? We will see you guys in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 preseason for Battle Royale. This is a point rush stage, and we are halfway through going into our Bermuda map for game number 4 for this day before we get to Alpine, as well as a much-awaited game number 6.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we are waiting to hop on into game number 4. It is at our OG Bermuda map that we have been waiting for. The pace is about to be slowed down, or maybe some chaos is about to ensue and teams are going to hard drop each other. The flight path is going to cooperate with the Mustachio and bring on some chaos. I don't know what to expect, but either way, we are 2 more games closer to game number 6.
Yeah, definitely 2 more games closer. Why are we pointing out game number 6? It's not just the random map. It is that double elimination point that would change things in terms of that standing. And you know what that means? The number of points that they will get after this day before they head into that championship Sunday.
And it makes a difference. We have championship rush, champion rush. I messed it up again. We have champion rush, right? Everybody's rushing for 80 points. If you've got extra 10 points, you technically get to, you see, technically, looking at Buriram right now, if they had the bonus 10 points, they would have activated champion rush already. And technically the next game, which is game number 4, if they had the 10 points from today, and this is what they have after 3 games, they would have 85 points. 1 more booyah and they are champions. It all ends in 4 games. How crazy is that possibility?
Yeah, definitely. And this is what led them to that level for today. Well, we go first. Game number 1, Nexterra from RRQ's Booyah, and then the back-to-back for Buriram United. And game number 2 and 3 for Kalahari and Purgatory. Bermuda is next, which from the past has been game number 1. Now it would be random all throughout each day from the knockout stage up until grand finals. Then we head to Alpine in game number 5, and then game number 6 with that random map. So I couldn't say anything more on how exciting it is with all these changes.
It's as random as the fights my wife picks with me. That's how the map picks are here. There's no way to tell what's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen. But I wasn't feeling the randomizer yesterday with the maps, because the day kind of started off a little slow and I was like, when is this gonna pick up? Finally picked up. I got excited towards the end. But today, the day has started off with a bang, Neptune. I mean, we started off at Nexterra, everything has been super fast-paced. Kalahari was decent. Purgatory was very fast-paced as well. Lots of early engagements. But of course, when you look at Bermuda, RRQ, they are the top team here, right? 26 eliminations, 47 points in total with a single booyah to their name. Twisted Minds, second, no booyahs to their name for a total of 35 points. And of course, a single booyah to their name. And the third spot is Falcons with a total of 33 points here.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll have to see if they will be overtaken, especially in this map. Everyone knows this. This is the OG map that everyone loves. Everyone started when it comes to Free Fire. So changes might happen, expectations might be broken, and the promise of being that number 1 is still yet to be seen, despite of how much lead Buriram has in overall standings. Team Falcons being part of that top 3, they might be able to overtake them depending on how much they will be getting. 17 points is what they need to take over that number 1 spot if in case Buriram United doesn't get any.
And of course, if you look at Bermuda, Buriram is actually not too far away. They are pretty decently placed on the whole Bermuda dominance. Buriram actually has 1 booyah to their name. So I was actually quite surprised that they didn't make it to the charts for the Bermuda one, because, RRQ, Falcons, and Buriram, these 3 teams have got a single booyah on Bermuda so far. So I would definitely throw Buriram into the mix as well. There is a potential we get a back-to-back booyah.
Yeah. It's potential. It has. We've seen this. They've done this, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've conquered this. So Buriram United, I don't think they will be slowing down. Especially that
just think about it. Like literally what I said. See, tomorrow, if this happens again, this next game could be the championship game. This next game could end the competition and crown Buriram the champion.
Another, well, I would say this is a good testing ground for them to do that exactly. And if they can use this as a practice, replicate it by tomorrow, then, well, again, Boreo United not letting us down. They are still the top dogs. They still have that brew blood running through their veins. Get multiple booyahs, as well as take the lead in Southeast Asia. So we're going to fly into Bermuda. Let's see how it starts.
Is the good old Bermuda. You know what it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A little bit different, though, because we've dried up all the waters. Yes, climate change is a reality. As we shoot through this battlefield, instead of swimming, sometimes these boys got to walk across the sand. They better be a little safe here, because if you get too much of sand in your shoes, they might get a tad bit too heavy. When Buriram tries to chase you, you might just stumble.
Yeah, let's see how much and how far they will stumble if that happened. But as expected, WAG and AG Global in the battle early on in Pochinok, and the rest will try to wait for them to finish up. But AG Global in a bit of end off this engagement.
Oh, beautiful play. Hey, Export! Down already. Chinoy will find him with the Mag 7. That's a deadly gun to have very early game. And now AG Global, two more players. Allen spots one out, and Cyrus actually finishes him off. Hey, my freaking hell. G Global eliminated under 1 minute.
Under 1 minute. I mean, similar to what we've seen in some of the games that they played. Not quite sure really what is happening, but AG Global really needs to fix that, get away from Pochinok, find a different dropping spot, because WAG seems to be so aggressive in that map.
You know what's so nasty about that? What's nasty is the fact that WAG is currently one spot behind AG Global on the overall leaderboard. Do you want to know how many points they are behind AG Global? 4 points, Neptune. Those exact 4 points have been picked off of the dead bodies of AG Global to match up with them. And of course, to potentially overtake them as long as they can survive 2 more ranks. Uh-oh. I was just talking about them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Don't curse them. Don't curse them.
Sorry.
There's still a good chance. X4 has been recovered now. So.
Oh, wow!
Oh, on fire. Really on fire. Empire 90. That pulls Evo's Divine away from that compound. But going into a different battle is Daewoo United going against Onyx Olympus. It seems like Daewoo is the ones winning it.
Yeah, the M590 really slaps, bro. What a shot that was. My goodness. Hits harder than your mama's slippers.
Oh, dude, no one hits harder than mama's slippers. That would be that. That would be
the kids these days won't know that. The kids these days will not know. Childhood trauma coming out here. Kiki, the final one. Daewoo United running away for his dear life. 400 coins in his pocket. Should be able to buy back one team member, unless, of course, he gets 100. Oh, here comes Onyx. And it looks like this might just be game over. Kiki, hey, wait, where's that Onyx guy going? Okay.
That was a revive, though.
Yeah, that's a revive. He's going somewhere else. I thought it was a launch pad.
I mean, that's a good potential for a cutoff, but didn't go for it. Grime almost taken down. Revive on Sax might save them for a moment. And there goes Kiki going down from the hands of Zyru.
Ooh, Zyru. The moment Kiki actually got the knock onto his team member, Zyru had that follow-up. WAG now. Brought X-Ball back in. Up against... Toda. Oh, lands straight in front of X-Ball. Easy drop here. Grenades will be dropped all around them. Vidal's taken down. Noki, a sliver of health left in here. From the back, the shots are coming through, but he's just way too low on that HP to do much.
no key, low key at this point. FaZe will try to survive, but Allen a bit too aggressive. The rusher really rushing in, and one more flying into the battlefield in Mars Electric. There's still hope for Todak though if they can pull away from WAG, but I think they will be chasing them. They will be running and taking them out in this fight if they can spot that Todak.
The most important thing here for WAG is that they have definitely overtaken AG Global on the overall leaderboard. So that's mission 1 complete. Now mission 2 is actually catching up with RRQ, which quite honestly should be impossible for the other teams because of how dominant RRQ is out there. But WAG is not too far away. All they need is 5 more points to catch up and stay ahead of RRQ by that many points.
And this level, in this time in this map, that might have been taken because 0 points yet for RRQ, but we know how slow they will be able to start this fight, and then later on tactically they can grab more points if they can deal with Team Falcons at this moment. Onto the edge of the circle, trying to stop them. Binocular spotting 3, and I guess that would pull away Falcons from this fight unless they take the challenge.
Okay, this is a crazy position to be in because Falcons in a tight group together. RRQ has split up a 2-2 formation. Okay, one player has now gathered up with them. The flank from 18 Deer is just way too far. On fire, very sneaky. On fire behind 18 Deer. 18 Deer does not see this happening. On fire now, shows up, but in the nick of time, 18 Deer actually ducks away to save himself. So now all 4 players on the side of RRQ alive and kicking. 18 Deer, M590 on for the smacks and the slaps, but doesn't find him. Glue walls on fire right in front, but Ape finally follows up.
The reversal being done by RRQ. This is what they need. Limit X7 being chased from that jump. And Ma'al right now feeling a little bit of heat. Let's see, they will be able to bring down one more player from Team Falcons, as I think a revival has been done.
Yeah.
No confirmation just yet, but 4 elimination taken by RRQ.
Well, WAG has to hustle a little bit more because I thought Falcons were about to help out WAG by shutting down RRQ and stopping their possibility of earning points. That will allow, of course, the Vietnamese team to catch up, but instead the reverse happened. RRQ picked up points off of Falcons and now are putting the distance between themselves and WAG, the team that's currently in action, up against their brothers from Vietnam as well. Heavy loses Get Nice down on the ground, bleeds out as well, finished off instantaneously. Hans with the Trogon can finish this player off, very low on that HP. Backup is just not there just yet. And finally, Mufasa gathering up, and that will be enough firepower to break the glue wall down and shut down Cyrus.
And Cyrus couldn't recover in that moment. Let's see if this dynamic duo will be able to go in for the push for the remaining WAG players. Survival onto the Get Nice, and the takedown onto X4. And one more. Let's see if Tyrion can fly away to the moon in this. Managed to get out.
Okay, Krillin now needs to turn around. Pull that 180, Krillin. Shoots him down. Mufasa, a sliver of health. Good glue wall by Krillin. But now it's a 2v1 once again. Krillin wasted his opportunity. Should have turned around a little bit faster. Now grenade cooking up in his hand. Can he get an accurate shot? Bounces off the nade, but it's a 2v1 with the electrotherapy, and you're not going to get away from that. Mufasa gets the shot to the Bison, pulling off another point for Heavy.
Another point indeed, but WAG is not out just yet. 4 elimination for Heavy. Get Nice will be getting back. And going into the other side, another battle. Thailand versus Thailand. Twisted Mind go against Buriram United. 1 point already being taken by the blue team. And the take on to Twisted Mind will be a little bit too tough because they stacked in with those blue walls.
Buriram, backstab, Bosana. Nobody's spotting him out. Oh, grenade launcher! Gets the double tag. No drop just yet. Get high. Spots out Nameless. But Nameless quickly recovers. All thanks to the electrotherapy. Still connected. And Jonah finds him on the outside. Tags him up. And Twisted Minds burned to the ground in just a few seconds of encounter with Buriram.
That is it. That is it for Twisted Mind. They will be pushed down a little lower into the leaderboard. It's just unfortunate they have to face on Buriram a little bit early in this game. And as what we talked about, they will not be slowing down. They will be chasing and maintaining that #1 spot and taking the lead to different highs. 17 against Team Falcons, but with this is a start off for them to be able to beat them.
It's hard if you're Twisted Minds right now, bro, because that was just crushing. Ooh, WAG out of the equation as well, as Toda, of all teams, find the final player. And WAG's hope of catching up with RRQ instantly gets dashed. But at least mission 1 was complete. They have overtaken AG Global on the leaderboard.
Yeah, earlier it was Evo Divine, now AG Global. They're just going one at a time. Now let's see if they can continue this on. They have a couple more matches to go. But they were United, though, a team that keeps fighting against Burim United in most instances. Currently on the 11th place, not doing so much in terms of placement point. And with this slowdown, I guess this is what they need to be able to survive a little bit longer.
RRQ, oh, beautiful scan with the Dinoculus. They know the position of all 4 heavy players in terms of the compound, but what they do not have information on is Dewa United, watching all these movements happening right in front of them.
See if they'll be able to take shots on Heavy. It will be the other way around. Heavy will be the one dealing them, and in between Dewa United and Heavy, at least they managed to get into next phase of the circle. They can maintain this compound, higher ground, second floor, but any opening that will be given onto them, they can be knocked down and they can be rushed.
So the good thing here is RRQ has got information on Dewa United. They were keeping an eye on their compound as they rotated away from the shots out of Heavy. 9 more teams left in here as we approach circle number 4. 3 seconds to chaos.
See if this is something that they can avert as Heavy gets closer and closer to RRQ. But we are talking about a lot of compound. This is where they can hide away. This is where they can slowly move out. And nothing's happening just yet up until that phase of the circle that will be overlapping on the second stage or on the next stage. And that's where everyone will be moving. But they were United felt a little bit off those heat.
Oof. So many Indonesian squads in this circle. Heavy is being very, very cautious with the maneuvering here. As Falcons finds their access in, Hua Esports joins the fray. It's too much of activity right in front of us.
Now let's see. I mean, in a few, we're going to see everyone move out. Team Falcons. Oh, Todak will be target of Onyx.
Oh,
Olympus!
wow!
Crime! That would be a crime to go in with a nade. And Videl's right now trying to recover his teammates, but might be taken down. Rain of fire. And there goes Cyru with that Trogon nade. And Todak, only one remaining. Jojo from afar will be shot at.
Oh! One more and Jojo's down. Onyx Virus. My God, what a beautiful run for Onyx there. Such a slaying capability. Toda just toasted by Onyx Olympus.
And with this, I mean, day 7 elimination, this is what they need to get on top of Hua and Heavy. So that's just something if in case Heavy will not be getting so much, but they need to maintain this. They need to hold on to this, and they are close to the next phase of the circle as well. So it's more of the timing. And speaking of Heavy, Mufasa will be taken down by Limit with that sniper, and Team Falcons is starting it off. Kavi will be shot at by On Fire, but there goes the stun, but On Fire will not be phased.
3 eliminations so far. Heavy, cheeky shots, none connecting with On Fire. And the circle leaving all of them high and dry. On Fire, backstab. It's all about the timing right now. On Fire actually taking the damage from the circle to play this cheeky, but could not actually execute that perfectly. Actually leaving his friend to run away to join the circle because Peter's going to get picked up by Kororo instead. Limit X7 now, spotting out his back, unable to find the connection as they try to get away from the circle's pressure.
Yeah, the priority here is to make sure that no one from the other team will be able to follow them as pickup is being done. Now for Evos, they will need to deal with Esports, who in a bit will be coming out as well. So inch by inch, they are moving in onto the next phase of the circle. But who will be welcoming them in a bit? It's Buriram United. Now Evos Divine still not yet over in this gunfight. There goes a takedown, one player of Esports, and might be able to end this.
Oh, this is Rasya now. Beautifully played. And he just rushes on in, but the complication here, Neptune, is the circles hurting. And the rest of his team members joining him as well. Rasya, the first one to get into the circle, gets shot down. Nobody's there to pick him up at all. And Evos Divine just being tortured. Falcons out in the 7th spot as well, as Buriram now encounters Onyx Olympus on the battlefield.
Onyx Olympus really needs this point to be able to move up. Buriram United is stopping them from doing so. Wasana throwing all those blue walls. Cyru going down by Ruse will be cured. And it is Adam being left, and he will be biting that apple.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Jonah, what a fantastic maneuvering. I mean, the man's dancing around like a ghost, making it impossible to hit him. And Moshi, savage with the plays out there on the snipes as well. Onyx Olympus out of the equation. Now we're left with 4 more teams. 3 from Indonesia, 1 from Thailand. Buriram once again looking to be in the top 3. If they do so, it would be a 100% top 3 rate for Buriram United Esports here today on Point Rush Day.
Oh, yes, indeed. Let's see who goes down first in this fight. Evos Divine a little bit too close, but not just spotted. Daywa United spotted on the left-hand side and slowly being taken out. There goes Evos Divine, the hands of Jonah, and they have increased their numbers into 14. RRQ would be next on the menu.
Yeah, RRQ focusing on a different team, and Buriram trying to attack them from the back. Blue wall melters being laid out already, and Daywa United distracted with RRQ. RRQ trying to take Daywa United out of the equation. 3 more players left here on the side of Daywa. RRQ, beautiful counter as they rotate around the right-hand side. That's holding the left-hand moment and looking at Buriram at the very same time, and that is bad for business. Daywa United takes advantage of the distracted RRQ by going in for the knock. A double knock. Jonah interferes. Mahal on the ground. RRQ's up a sliver of health left, but he still does get the knock with 8 India on the triple. And finally, Buriram hops on in to finish off the game with the 3rd booyah of the day.
3rd booyah of day after game number 4. Back to back to back. I mean, there's no slowing down. We called it already. We've seen this before, and I think they're aiming for that 5 once again. It's just unfortunate that they missed that first one.
Bro, look at what we talked about, man. See, there's a high probability they walk away with 10 points today. Now, technically, if this was Grand Finals day already, this would have been 75 points plus 10. That means they already activated the champion rush point. This is that booyah after activation. They are your champions of the preseason. Now, technically, if this was to happen tomorrow in the exact same sequence, in the exact same fashion, in 4 games, it would be historic for a team to walk into the grand finals on Southeast Asian level and in 4 games walk away as the champions. I love that, man. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. This is just a preview for us. But of course, it's not over just yet. Buriram has won, but now it is a situation where we are waiting for game number 6. Even if they have gone past 80 points, there's no condition that allows them to activate Champion Rush. That's only on the grand finals. Man, I wish it was today.
I mean, if that is the case, I mean, 4 games, it's done. Done and dusted. And this is just a scenario. This is just an example of that scenario. And with this, if given all those conditions, given this situation, current situation, if this happened tomorrow, it's all done. We'll be saying goodbye, but not yet. No, Point Rush is not yet over, but it looks like this is how Buriram United wants to end this day. A huge lead against those following them. Security of that 10 points for the championship Sunday, and then they can do it all over again.
3 booyahs in 4 games. In all 4 games, they were in the top 3. No, in all 4 games, they were in the top 2. They almost got 4 booyahs today. Almost, right? If it wasn't for RRQ earlier. The consistency, ridiculous, Neptune. How can a team be this good? How?
Again, I mean that's more of how they're treating each match. They're treating it as if this is their last. Well, apart from day number 1, they're treating it as if that was a warm up. But again, for the rest, for most of the time that we see Brave United, that's just how it is. They don't slow down. They position themselves well, even from when we were talking about the skills that they're using right now. They're practicing. They're trying new stuff, trying to gear away from what the other teams are doing, and taking that advantage to themselves. If that works, then we might see more of that in the future.
I'm actually quite curious to see what's their active passive skills lineup this time round, because I want to see whether the Zane has been brought back in. I want to see whether or not he's just maintained the A124, and of course we're talking about Jonah here, but we don't even know whether or not Jonah's going to be the MVP again. If Jonah is the MVP, then for sure he's got his name stamped onto that $500 already, my friend.
Yeah, I mean that's a 4th MVP, and then like 46, 48 on the points and elimination. That's a lot already.
48,
That's something that Abe might not be able to get unless they get another booyah, and it will be a back and forth leading it to the last game. But Brave United, like they really want it all. They want it all. They're that greedy, and they can show for it.
And don't forget, Moshi also had quite a number of kills, eliminations in the previous match. So there's a high probability that Moshi walks in here as our MVP. But of course, let's take a look at the highlights of that matchup once again. This was game number 4 at Bermuda. We expected a slow game. We expected a chill one, but it started off hot.
Yeah, I mean, hot indeed. A lot of elimination early on. A lot of survivors though, but there's not so much that they can do in most of the battle. We've seen as well how WAG managed to take down a few or get more of those points to be able to overtake AG after they did that on against EVOS Divine. Now, I think they're getting closer to the top dogs. WAG's really showing up. Like, I love the expectation. I love the build-up that WAG is doing.
Yeah, true enough, man. I mean, WAG, they have managed to overtake EVOS Divine already, but we honestly were rooting for them to overtake RRQ as well, because they were really phenomenal in terms of their approach to that matchup. But of course, things didn't really go their way. They got eliminated way too early, but at least they have managed to keep that pressure onto EVOS Divine. But EVOS Divine is no chump. Beautiful play this time around. And look at this, man. This time, it's Zane brought in by Moshi. Right? I don't know what this team is doing. I think they're trying to just swap around some of these active skills in the hands of different players to see who can use that particular active skill in the most effective way. This time, obviously, Zane is going to be giving Moshi the capability to rotate far away from the rest of his team members. He's still got that Awakened Moko there for those tags. He's got the Nikita for the very quick reloads out there on the battlefield as well. I mean, crazy stuff in terms of what they're trying to formulate, but I'm really liking this. He also has the Ford, right, with the Iron Will, the passive to gain 10 HP after taking damage. So even when he's far away from his team members, he's not going to fall that quickly.
So if we think about this, if this is something that they're just trying out, as a leader, as a captain, Jonah says, I'm going to try it first.
Yeah. No, but here's the thing. Moshi's the sniper. Where's the sniper build?
Well, we still have Moko though. that's something that has been left. It has been left, and we'll have to see once we see everything. Probably Skylar is being used by a different player, but no, they just let go of Skylar and just replace it with Zane.
Okay, this is a very interesting lineup here. So, yeah, like you said, so no Skylar. I honestly, Awakened Moko does it. Yes, she is used in a sniper's build, but this doesn't look like a usual sniper build, right? And Moshi actually got the MVP off of this match when he was using Zane. So, Maybe Zayn is the MVP trigger, right? When Jonah had Zayn, we saw the MVP. Jonah brought in the A124. We saw that MVP there once again. Zayn used by Moshi, MVP. Maybe one of you other teams want to try this out.
Let's see. I mean, it looks like it, but again, we're talking about Bermuda United, so it's really tough to call. It's tough to call, really. But I just love that they're testing it out. That is one of the purpose that we are having this preseason, so everyone will be able to test out all those changes, all those new things that has been added in the esports scene. And Bermuda United is just that team that, well, not only has the capability, but they do have the leeway to do so. If they fail, they can just get back to their usual ways and then use the usual characters, active skills, and then that will be what they'll be using for the next. But 30 points in this day, or in this game though, and that will increase their lead to 100. I guess they broke through 100 points already, coming from 75.
I mean, Buriram on game 1 scored 21, game 2 scored 25, game 3 scored 29, game 4 scored 30. What is happening? With every game, they're getting more and more and more. The first game, no booyah. Second, third, and fourth game, all booyahs. Now, if my calculations are right, in game number 5, Buriram should get more than 30, below 40. And if my calculations are even better than that, in game 6, they should get 50 to 60 points. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. They will be able to go there because of double elimination. And if they show up the same way, and there you have it, breaking that 100 point for one day, they managed to do so. 100.6 from the final knockout stage. And we still have 2 matches, 2 maps to deal with. And it's not the usual. It's like, yeah, you can get 20 points in like each in 2 games. We have the double elimination. So, AJ, I mean, this is breaking records for them.
No, not Neptune. Take the record, throw it out the window, man. The more important thing here is, if this was tomorrow, only one team has activated the condition to become champion with the next match. And that's Buriram. Technically speaking, with the point rush, they should have activated it earlier already. But even if we ignore that fact, look at the stats, man. RRQ can't do it. And there's a possibility that these 2 teams, RRQ and Falcons, they falter in the next game. And for 2 games in a row, Buriram might be the only team that's potentially capable of walking away as the champion based on the champion first point. I mean, this is crazy. This is exactly what we thought would happen, but it's happening right now.
Yeah, it's happening right now. It's just unfortunate though, because I'm assuming that a lot of teams will try to break that. So let's see if that is something that they can do onto the next map. But, well, that is the end of game number 4. We still have 2 matches remaining. Alpine and a random map. So we'll see what the story will be. But so far, Bermuda United is being the protagonist in this story. So in a bit, going to go for a quick break. When we return, more of the action continues. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the show we go. Free Fire World Series 2025 Southeast Asia preseason battle royale point rush continues to this game number 5 and game number 6, wherein we've seen Borneo United really reign it all on the battlefield with 3 booyahs in a row, and that is something that we expect, and we expect even more.
Absolutely poetic. That is the run of Buriram. That is the dominance of Buriram, right? It's beautiful to watch. Absolutely menacing if you are on the opposite side, if you're on the receiving end of all of that beauty. Buriram, 60 eliminations so far, 20 eliminations more than the third place team. I say the third place team because RRQ, who's in second place, only has 32 eliminations. They are miles apart from anyone else. They've got the most number of booyahs, they've got the most number of placement points, they've got the most number of eliminations, they've got the most number of total points. They're the only team that has activated the champion rush point at this point of time. We are not at the grand finals, but hypothetically, if we were, they're the only ones eligible of becoming champion in the next game itself. And the other teams are at least 14 points away from activating that condition. That's who Buriram is.
That's really who Buriram is, and most of the time, really, at this level of competition, they take a lead in the knockout stage. They take a lead in the point rush. They take a lead in the championship, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see if something will change. Something really needs to change, especially for those teams who wants to catch up. This is just a preview of what's going to happen if they continue on this performance. And as we talk about, they were denied from that game number 1 of the Booyah because RRQ took it away from them. But after game 2 in Kalahari, game 3 in Purgatory, and game 4 in Bermuda, 3 Booyahs in a row. And we expect them to repeat what they've done in the past. 5 Booyahs. But will they be able to do so?
Yeah, I mean, they've only got 2 more missions. Mission 1 is replace Moko's face with their own logo on game 5. And of course, mission number 2 is to replace that question mark with Buriram's logo once again in game number 6. That's exactly what the plan is. And so far, the plan has been going pretty swell, right? 4 games. In every single game, they've been in the top 2. In 3 out of the 4 games, they've been number 1. How insane is that? That's crazy, Neptune.
That is indeed crazy, insane, and improbable for other teams. Yeah,
you get 48 points in total. That's max, okay, from 4 games through placements. They have 45. How crazy is that?
Well, again, it's Buriram. It's Buriram that really can pull it off. They've shown us already how well they can play it from the past, wherein everyone's already used to the format. Now that everyone is just getting used to it, I guess they've practiced enough and still making changes to be able to take it away from them. But imagine if they're not making all those those practices, all those experiments in terms of active skill, and just using what everyone is using, and if it's working for them, they might have had even more of the points at this point in time.
Absolutely, man. And that's definitely a possibility. But of course, we're talking so much about Buriram. We didn't talk about the top 3 teams on Alpine. You're looking at RRQ, WAG, and Onyx Olympus. 2 Indonesian teams, 1 from Vietnam. Buriram is not anywhere there, but Buriram does have 1 booyah to their name, right? They've collected a total of 28 points on this map so far. So I think WAG might just give them a run for their money, but let's see exactly what happens as we head into map 5.
As the battle heats up, everyone will be chill as we step into the Alpine map, and this is something that they need to work hard to get all those points from Vantage to Snowfall. That is our flight path, and we know that Bermuda United will be late from coming out because they know how territorial. We know how territorial they are on that Snowfall area.
There's a football match happening at the stadium, and it is Dewa United taking on AG Global. The score at the moment is basically AG Global winning, Dewa United struggling.
Let's see if they will be able to overtake this. AG Global really needs a few more points to ensure that they can get those head start by the end of the day. But a little bit of slowdown though. They want to get in good position. And on the other side, it is Esports who received that first elimination and has been taken out of this match.
I mean, you know, brothers are brothers outside of the game, but in the game, baby, you are my prey, you are my points. They claim that. Esports, the Vietnamese squad, gets kicked out by their own brothers Heavy in a very early encounter, and Heavy obviously needed the points. They're currently in the 8th spot and only 3 points behind Onyx Olympus. So just that one encounter with Team Esports has given them that one up on Onyx. So all they need to do is just keep that momentum up.
Now let's see how well can they keep up that momentum. And I love how the Vietnamese team are slowly moving up. Starting with WAG, now with Heavy. It's just unfortunate that, like, in the name of those catching up, in the name of their region, one team have to falter, and that is Hua Esports. Well, it is what it is. As you did mention, it will happen eventually because they are not friends here. They are enemies. They are opponents that need to take each other out.
And you can be anyone. You're still going to get slapped by my M590. 4 points. Very nice. EVOS Divine right behind them. Obviously, they do not want that game. Onyx Olympus up against WAG. WAG did manage to get one elimination earlier, but this is a beautiful fight back. You cannot use the Skyway like that, X-Ball. X-Ball does take down the defenses. Wow! But you can use the M590 like that! What a headshot! But Adam responds in a timely manner. Krillin and Cyrus too far away. Grenade onto Crime does manage to get the tag, but no knockdown just yet. WAG could have made that so beautiful, but now they are in trouble up against the numbers of Onyx.
Let's see if they will be able to fight back. There goes Cyrus taking Crime down, and WAG will try their best, but no! It is Alan left in this battle, and they need to get away from this fight, from this team. And it might be a 1v1, but Alan, not quite sure if he has anything that he can use to be able to get in against 3 players.
Yeah, okay, he definitely has. What the hell? He got a gun, and he's not afraid to use it. Alan with a spray down. And goes in for the shutdown onto Hans as well. Almost actually gets away with it. Alan, can you do it? No. Oh, no. Ran out of bullets, and Hans fires right back. Picks his buddy up. WAG. What a way to falter, man. That came to an end way too quick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need a lot of points if in case they want, or I guess they really want, to go and take that 3rd spot away from Team Falcons. But it is what it is as we go into Bermuda United. A little bit of early engagement, this time against EVOS. And, well, EVOS seems like they won't be able to fight back that quickly unless Russia will be back up and by the rest of the teams. But the takedown onto EVOS Divine seems like Bermuda United might win this.
Yeah, Wasana. This is trouble. Oh, Riptide Rhythm takes down their defenses. Moshi exposing EVOS Divine. Wasana moving on in. They want to flush them out of that tiny little hut. But it is going to be EVOS Divine just pulling out of this battle with that launch pad. And they get a... Wow! Good chill this month. Good chill. Shot out of the air. Poor boy. He just got brought back.
Yeah, I mean, Go Chill. Well, Wasana tried once, tried twice. 3rd time's a charm. Go Chill is the unfortunate target in that engagement. But for EVOS,
I was going to say, Burinam's actually going to curse him because they all ran to his loot box and there's nothing there, bro. There's just a double revolver. He just got revived. All that work. All that work for nothing.
Well, they did get the points though, but that's a lot already. We keep talking
Points
about
and coins.
points and coins. Yes, I like that. I like that. It rhymes. I can use that sometime.
Oh, Nick. Oh no, this is some brotherly feud that we are seeing all across the battlefield now. Indonesia versus Indonesia. Ray, in a spot he doesn't want to be in. Uh-oh.
Whoop.
Nate, too slow. Adam turns around. Oi, 180 does not hit. Adam, beautiful follow-up. And everybody's getting slapped, bro.
Yeah, I mean they're getting used to it. They're getting used to it, and like these much of practice, those like close counter engagement. Usually we see SMGs. Now with a shotgun, like they will be hopping all around. Olympus didn't expect Evo's Divine to be there, or the other way. Apex right now. Surprise, surprise.
Oh my god, even I didn't see him there, bro. What? The man was just hiding in the corner. In fact, he wasn't even hiding. He was just buying something. Oh, this is too good. He was Divine up against Onyx Olympus. This battle is not over. Crime brought back in. And these boys want some revenge. Adam misses the one shot. Abax making a U-turn. Ray from afar. Grenades being tossed on in. Doesn't find the full contact just yet.
But at least the damage distraction has been put in. But Abax finally has been taken down. Virus really spreading into this fight. And Evo's, I guess Evo's Ray will be saved as Bermuda United will be knocking in their doors.
Uh-oh, now Falcons showing up. Evo's Divine loses a player to them, but Buriram is about to torture Onyx Olympus as well. Wasana meeting Adam halfway. Let's see if or not he'll be able to catch him. Beautiful Rebel Rush, and Adam does manage to dodge past it. Glue wall erected, and he shows up, and Jonah steals it.
I want to hear if I can understand how they're talking after all those stealing that's being done. Pretty much like there will be a lot of cussing. That
bad words were used. Very bad words were used.
All that effort and you're going to take it away from me.
But it was a beautiful flying shot from Jonah, right? The man appeared out of nowhere and he just shot one time. And the poor boy. Oh, RRQ, my goodness. I mean, you know, now that gives Falcons the opportunity to catch up with RRQ, because guess what, man? They only needed 1 point to catch up with RRQ. They have 1 point. But wait, did RRQ? Okay, RRQ had 3, so yeah, these guys will need 3 more then.
A few more. Well, I guess Team Falcons really will be able to pull that off. But speaking of points, Todak right now will be lavishing this moment with 6 points to their side, but they need a lot more. 10 points to go against Twisted Mind, and they are currently at the bottom. But we'll see. We'll see. Todak still has a chance, though. This is not out. Like, after this, they're not out just yet. But speaking of out, there goes AG Global taking out Onyx Olympus one at a time.
Cypher now got pissed off. He's like, dude, I had it, all right? You didn't need to. Why would you interfere? These players all stealing points off of each other. Everybody wants to be MVP, but of course, you know, it's going to be tough, man. It's a savage world out there. RRQ, unfortunate. They were trying to catch up with Buriram, and it was Buriram to finish them off. There's a 39-point gap between RRQ and Buriram, and I guess that's about to get bigger.
It is. It is. I mean, RRQ is already out. Falcons will be able to overtake them, and Buriram is still on a roll. As what we commonly see from Buriram United, after any engagement for everyone they meet, they slow down. And this is what most of the teams really need to do. Not really chasing, but speaking of chasing, Todak right now, chasing against Twisted Mind, not only on the leaderboard, but also on the battlefield.
I cannot believe how badly Twisted Minds is actually performing today. They've only got 22 points from 4 games. How is that even possible for Twisted Minds? And it's Jojo who shoots. What? Twisted Minds losing Nameless. They're losing the fight to Toda.
Not quite sure. Probably the change of scene. is affecting them. Not really used to fighting in the confines of their home, but Loki right now will try to survive 1v2 situation. Shotgun will be reversed by Diamond, and there you have it. Jojo will need to go at this point to be able to survive.
Run, Jojo, run! Jojo. Okay, Jojo got away. My goodness. Jojo got away. Heavy in a heavy gunfight up against a team that they should not be engaging with. And Mufasa straight down. Evos Divine showing up at the most unfortunate of moments. And it was initially up against Buriram. And now Buriram, hearing all of the commotion, they're coming right back in. They want to say hello. Are you done looting just yet, my boy? Because here we come! And off they go! Oh, Rasya! Not far enough. Moshi fights Kochil. And Rasya taken down by Wasana. Evos Divine just got bagged.
I love that switch by Wasana from the M590 to a sniper real quick. Again, you've seen this earlier. We've seen this before. It's still amazing.
Oh, Falcons. Falcons trying to be cheeky. Now they want to go in for the deep engage. But get high, out in the open, in a lot of trouble. Ah, he's got the launch pad. Okay. All right. Out of trouble then.
Out of trouble. Still in the confines of the next phase. And with that, Buriram United being spotted by Team Falcons, Team Falcons might be flanking a little bit farther, but they see Onyx Olympus more chances to get them points. They will not be letting that go because they only got one at the moment.
I don't know whether it's just me, but it's just so cute to see electrotherapy on the battlefield. It just looks like two friends running, and then suddenly they just hold hands and they continue running. That's exactly what it looks like. Adam, oh my god, shut down by Kororo with an LNG of all things. Just sprayed the life out of the guy. And now out the circle, taking damage. Circle 4, not a very good friend of yours if it catches you. And Kororo managing to stay inside. And Noki, on the other hand, not able to get past Wasana. Twisted Minds on the approach. 8 eliminations for Buriram already as Twisted Minds tries to catch up with them. But out in the open grounds, is this the end for Buriram?
Let's see if that is the end. They still have a chance, especially as Twisted Mind is not really performing that well. On the other side, we are seeing more engagement happening, but Jonah and the rest of the team missing out on some of those knockdowns. And Twisted Mind, thankfully, they still are surviving. And let's see if Saming can do so, as well as Expo C. They have been left behind by 2 players.
I tell you, somebody needs to teach Buriram a lesson, man. Look at them. Just standing out in the open and just taking wild shots at everyone. Not even erecting those decent glue walls. Not worried about no defense, nothing. And then they just pull out a launch pad and just get into the center of the circle as if nothing happened. Everybody else is struggling out there, man. Buriram making this look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen how they move. If in case someone shoots them, then they'll be able to get out of harm's way and then recover. So that's just how they are. It's the movement game. But Moshi, well, unfortunate for Nameless, he won't be able to move. Exposé will be spotted by Moshi, and will he be able to take him down? Todak has been taken out as well.
I mean, now Falcons right behind Buriram. Question is, can they move? Oh my god, look at the defensive spot Buriram has gained for themselves, man. Now AG Global out in the open. If Falcons move, AG Global shoots. AG Global moves, Falcons shoots. Onyx Olympus right behind Falcons. Everybody is in a terrible position. Except Buriram! And the circle looks for Buriram. What in the world? Okay, alright. Once again, 100% top 3, top 2 rate maybe even for Buriram. This is just getting ridiculous, man.
I mean, what Buriram is doing right now is getting ahead of the team, and they're trying to do that checkmate. So let's see if they can pull it off against Team Falcons, who's really struggling. All those utilities being thrown at them. FGL received by Moshi. A little bit of point actions. Good thing that he was able to top up before being hit.
He must have gotten up this morning and lied to his mother. Because you know, liar pants on fire. Moshi, you gotta stop that, bro. Okay, shots on point here for Moshi, but no knockdowns coming through just yet. Ooh, Riptide Rhythm from afar, breaking down the defenses of Buriram. But they've got a lot of glue walls to spare. AG Global going in for the full-on engage. Get High taking on 2 players at the same time, deciding to change his mind. Electrotherapy activated already for Get High. As he backs up, he's allowing AG Global potentially to take this fight up against Falcons. They are back in their defensive spot, barricading themselves in with all those glue walls.
It's more of really the understanding and consciousness that another team will be on the other side, thus they didn't rush through against AG Global. But unfortunately, Moshi has been taken out already. Get High gets into the compound, and Jonah might be taken out. Here comes Get High, but he will be all alone, and there you have it, being taken out and able to get that booyah. Team Falcons grab it this time around, being safe on that final 3 small circle, and that is how they will do it.
Buriram United Esports ended the run of RRQ, allowing Falcons to overtake RRQ. Now, Falcons shut down Buriram to catch up with Buriram themselves. But it is going to be a long, long journey. And you see, this is exactly what could happen tomorrow on the grand finals. Buriram has activated the champion rush point, but then they don't get the booyah towards the very final second. And it is Falcons that actually walks away with the championship. Many things could happen, but good on Falcons for taking advantage there. It was a very chaotic circle, and there was just so little defensive spots to play out there for all 3 of these squads.
And this is the perspective of a Team Falcons that when they ended up that battle. Earlier, we were focused on AG and Buriram United, and now this is how they position themselves. Peter on one side, and then still taking advantage of their high ground to be able to take down a few stragglers on the left. And all they have to do is wait for them to come out or probably finish each other off, and they do so, grabbing that booyah without even moving so much.
Yeah, very well played by Falcons. I think they were one of the teams that were exposed on the outside, but they were just very, very cautious with their steps forward. You know, constantly exposing themselves, but keeping an eye on both the teams at the same time to make sure they are ready to fight at any point of time. And this is the kind of surety from Falcons out there. When it is really needed, they will bring out their best. Remember, they were kind of hanging back in the knockout stage. They just wanted to qualify. Now that they've qualified on Point Rush, we see a very different form of this squad. This is the Esports World Cup champions, and this is exactly how they got there in the first place, right? But of course, there's still a long journey before they can catch up with Buriram United Esports. They're 37 points behind them, but guess what, Neptune? We're getting to the double elimination point game right after this. 37 points mean nothing.
If this is what Team Falcons really want to get ahead, Buriram United first is to take them out a little bit early, and then grab a lot of elimination to get more from this fight. But easier said than done, but I'm pretty sure Team Falcons will be able to pull it off if they try to do so. And with how Team Falcons is playing right now, well, let's include Buriram United. It really shows that the point rush stage is really, really important. It gives that much impact now on that championship Sunday, because most of the time Team Falcons doesn't move this much. Even if they don't get all those, like, as much point rush point, they will still be playing like well on the grand finals. And right now they just want that additional bump to be able to secure the condition quite easily.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I mean, how did they become the Esports World Cup champions? They were horrible at point rush, right? They were really getting dodged. It was the other teams that were really showing up very strong. And then Falcons, when, my goodness, they just exploded on the other squads. So that's exactly what we are seeing here this time around as well. But of course, let's take a quick look at the highlights before we move on with our day towards that final game for double elimination points. It all started off with multiple skirmishes across the battlefield, and we saw the first team get kicked out like within the first minute.
I mean, that is what Esports, and it's just unfortunate for them, though they have 1 point from that fight, but that's what they did. That they don't really need that, because they are on the second half of the leaderboard, and they will be pushed down definitely after this engagement.
Only the top 6 teams here will be able to walk away with some head start points in the grand finals. But technically, only the top 3 teams will get substantial points, right? If you're the first team, you get 10 points. Second gets 7 points. 5 points if you're placed third. 3-2-1 for the 5th to the 7th, sorry, the 4th to the 6th place squads. So, I mean, 3 points, Neptune, you know, hard to say that it'll make a huge difference, but 10 points, man, you know, that really is a decent sum. Speaking of decent sums, Peter did not need to chug out the decent sums this time round, as Falcons did not go very crazy. 3 eliminations, 5 assists, 1,332 damage. It's very low for this superstar named Peter.
Yeah, it looks like for Peter, if this is across the board, it seems like they really take advantage of the distance. It's like not getting so much, not really going in deep into the engagement, but just getting a chance to eliminate a team from afar and then securing that booyah. Similar to the final moment. They didn't really rush in against Buriram United. They just want to be safe. They want to make sure that they can get that winning condition of a booyah, and they managed to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Peter's not really the top fragger of the squad, right? It's usually Limit, X7 as well as On Fire. Limit at the moment has 42 eliminations. On Fire has a total of 43. So Peter just did, you know, better than usual. Which is a little bit of a surprise because initially when they were C-Triple-G and they were dominating out there and they went out and they became the champions of the Esports World Cup, this guy was integral for the victory. He was one of their strongest firepower out there on the battlefield, which I think needs to be fixed if they want to come out and dominate the Southeast Asian side.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I guess, well, Peter, I guess he's also dealing with leading the team, like strategizing and getting more of how to play this and then letting the rest of the teams go on fire. Literally on fire for the Falcons. Right? There's a lot of elimination he has chugged into this fight. Same goes with Limit X7, and that acquisition really helps this team to fly, to soar even higher.
Yeah, I think if anything, Peter can actually just look at Jonah for inspiration, because there was a point of time where the captain of Buriram, he was losing his own performance on the battlefield. All the other team members who were getting the MVPs were getting the eliminations. Jonah just, I don't want to say it, but at one point he actually sucked. and, you know, it's the perseverance, right? It's acknowledging that, hey, look, I'm the leader. I'm the one who's supposed to be leading through example out there. And he just brought out that performance, man. And you see him game after game after game. He's getting those MVPs. He's getting those high frags. Peter, of course, definitely can look at him. I mean, 2-time world champ. What more do you need, right? Falcons do overtake Buriram this time around. 23 points as opposed to Buriram picking up the 20. But this is the the 5th game in a row where Buriram is in the top 3. 100% top 3 rate for Buriram today.
Yeah, 100% for 5 games. And for 5 games, and that's something really that we often see from Buriram, even if they don't get that number 1, even if they don't get that booyah. But AG Global, I love the performance this time around. They are continuing on and climbing up, and let's see as to how well can they maintain that. 125 points already. Team Falcons, again, going back to the scenario, Team Falcons is just breaking through in getting that condition, and they still need 1 booyah to be able to get that championship, if in case it hasn't been taken by Buriram just yet. But imagine if this happens on tomorrow's run. You did mention Buriram, good chance that they can secure that as early as 4 games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And so basically looking at this chart, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tomorrow, if this was the case in game number 6, if Falcon or Buriram gets a booyah, it's game over. They get crowned the champion because they already activate the champion rush point, which is 80 points, right? So both of these teams have already exceeded that mark already. But let's say if one of the other teams, apart from these two, get the booyah, then we actually continue to game number 7. That's going to be historic as well. And we see now how many teams have gone past the 80-point mark. So now they have met the champion rush condition. If in game 7 they get the booyah, they are crowned champion. If they fail, if some other team gets the booyah, then we go to game 8, which is the final one. But of course, speaking of final, we are down to the randomizer. Let's bring it out to understand where we fly into game 6.
Excited to which map the teams will be thrown into. Will it be something that Buriram United has already been taken? Nexterra, where they have been denied of that booyah. But
Oh,
let's see. I mean, there's a lot of changes. You know how it is when Bermuda United jumps into a
Yeah.
map second time around. They want to correct their mistakes.
yeah, bro. I mean, come on. They are not too far away from that booyah, even in game 1, right?
Yeah.
I mean, RRQ played that very well in that final sequence against Buriram, but Buriram got very, very close. Up to the final battle sequence, it was so convincing that Buriram was going to take that booyah on that matchup. So this is the chance for redemption. I guess even the gods of RNG are blessing Buriram today just to fix that so that they can go into tomorrow with the maximum, not points, but confidence. But of course, the points most definitely do help. Now, this is the final game. This is the double elimination points game, which means at the moment, Falcons are 37 points behind Buriram. It also means Falcons can easily catch up, but that is also going to be dependent on Buriram getting taken out early because they have 100% top 3 rate. So if they get to the top 3, they're going to have decent enough eliminations. They get their eliminations doubled as well. And as you can see in front of you, top 3 on this map. Who's the top dog? It's the one and only Buriram United Esports. But thankfully, Falcons and RRQ, which very coincidentally is the arrangement on the overall leaderboard right now. We have Buriram in the first spot, Falcons in the second spot, RRQ in the third spot. That's exactly what we have on Nexterra as far as dominance goes. This is too poetic. This is too beautiful. Neptune, I'm going to faint.
I mean, you have a chair that will catch
That's
you.
true.
And
That's true.
If in case that I know who to call. Anyways, I mean, I love how it is. The pattern is showing, but it's
Yeah.
up to them. If this is fate, it's up to them to break, to gear away, to pull away
Yeah.
from fate and make their own story. So whoever it is, whether it's Buriram, whether it's Team Falcons, whether it's RRQ, whether it's anyone else who's next to that, they can change it right now. How
Yeah.
far are the rest of the teams? They are quite far. they are
quite
quite
far.
far
They're quite
from
far.
that number 1 spot. It might
Yeah.
not change in this manner, but at least the number of points that they will get, especially if they're part of that top 6, will definitely change, will help them by tomorrow.
Even with double points, AG Global that's in the 4th spot cannot catch up. Even with double points, even RRQ, I don't think is going to be able to catch up. But of course, let's hop on into Nexterra. Let's find out if they can.
And we are back to Nexterra. The only question is, will the Booyah Takers be back? As a flight path will be coming in from Rustown, heading in between Turbine and Museum. Potential hot drops might be happening, especially now that we have activated the double elimination points. Early engagement can get them 8 if in case they can completely wipe out a squad.
Okay, so Buriram's moving towards Museum, potentially dropping by Inflex Center as well. I don't really know exactly where they're going to parachute into, but we'll catch up with them in a bit. RRQ up against AG Global. AG Global has been on a tear thus far. RRQ on the second spot. This is a bad start for RRQ. Uh-oh, 18 Neon burned to the ground! AG Global, what a dominant opener here!
And one team already eliminated. Let's see for the second, as aggression is really showing right now. That motivation for the double elimination really is working for them. And there goes the confirmation onto North. Heavy will try to go in for the takedown, and Zax will be playing with the music as Daewoo United is the second team to go out.
Oh my goodness, what a start we have to Nexterra. 1 minute in and 2 teams are down. We are barely at the second minute, and, you know, AG Global better watch out because they're getting hunted down one after the other. And Twisted Mind going for WAG as well. Look at X-Ball trying to crawl in here to save his own life. X-Bossy trying to flank around from the right-hand side. Nameless with the grenade cooked up already. Here comes the toss and the Rebel Rush. The Rebel Rush just saves Allen.
Yeah, I mean, that pick up as well, and that recovery. Let's see on how well they will be able to fight back now that they can bring their team back to their usual health. Now, Russia will be lost and will be getting away from all this engagement as we look into the leaderboard. AG Global, Heavy, and WAG capitalizing on those hot drops.
My God, what a start, bro. This is double points time, baby. And it is, wait, we are double points, right?
I believe so. We should be on double points.
The indicator for double points is not on the screen. So I got scared. I was like, wait a minute. Am I making mistakes again? No, this has to be double points. We'll bring up the double points for you guys. There you go, double points. Thank you, guys. you scared me, man.
I mean,
bring out the double points.
And you shall receive.
Falcons up against Toda. Videls. Faiz is in a good position. Jojo flanking towards the right. Uh-oh, WAG getting toasted. But X-Ball with the beautiful revival. Now Faiz, AC-80 in hand. Karoro. Woodpecker. Karoro in a lot of trouble. Quickly backs away. Noki goes down. On fire shot from afar. And Karoro, M590 in hand. Does he want to go in for the pickup? A beautiful support fire coming on through. And Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defense. Karoro gets knocked.
A little bit risky for the Riptide Rhythm, but here comes Peter for backstab. And it might be it for Todak. He's right now. Jump and shoot. But has missed that. But on the other side, Jojo from afar. 4-3. Let's see if he'll be able to confirm those. But on the other side, WAG will be taken out. The battle continues with Heavy in the back end.
Wow! Limit from nowhere! Limit from absolutely nowhere just turns the 180, stops Heavy dead in their tracks. But that also gives Jojo the time. But Jojo only had enough time to come in here and loot up his team members. Oh, Jojo, you know we all hate team members like that, right? But now you have to run away. Limit on the chase. Somebody else is taking the shots at him as well. It's most probably Heavy. Jojo versus Limit now. The long shots of the squads.
And let's see if Limit will be able to get this. Cutting Jojo in the approach. And you know how it is. It's points and coins. That's why Jojo looted up. So that's what he did and revived his teammates. Limit right now. 1v1 up close and personal. Managed to block them up.
Nicely done.
And another recovery that has been done. So they're just giving way to each other. Not really so much pressure.
Yeah, nicely done for both of these squads here. But here comes Toda. Videls. Beautiful shutdown. And it looks like they actually want to go in there for the re-engage. Toda versus Falcons. This is going to be a dragged-on fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it has, as long as one is surviving, as long as they can get all those coins in the vending machine, it will drag on definitely. And Heavy, even Heavy, has recovered already and is not being taken out just yet.
Lord.
There goes the jump. Faiz will go down.
You know, as far as Falcons and Toda are concerned, they're like, hey, it's double points, guys. Let's keep reviving. Here comes Mufasa. As Videls gets shut down. Well, you and your friend can play points all you want, but when we come, we grab them. Heavy now, annihilating the players right beyond them as they pick up those points. AG Global meeting EVOS Divine, and it looks like AG is struggling to shut them down.
I mean, they have been struggling in a bit, like Revival overall. Even EVOS Divine right now has also felt triple revive, but I mean, not so much for Bermuda United. They have 1 point, managed to get away from most of the engagement. This time, Onyx Olympus will be challenging them as we look at how Wasana jumps in, and you know how it is. In Grab Labs, you can use that jump to get even higher.
Oh my God. What's worse than dying is when you're flying up in the air, man. You feel like you're so free and then your soul leaves your body. Jonah. On for the pursuit. Adam, you better run, bro. Now, Chino is on the opposite side. AG Global might just interfere here. Jonah, greedy, wants the coin first. Picks up an extra active skill card.
3K.
And totally runs past his opponent.
3K.
But turns around, Adam's dead. Oh, God! Don't, that's nasty, bro.
I mean, that's Jonah. Like, he sees
My
the opponent, chase him, and question where they are. And Evo's Divine, the same question, where are you? Where are you now? Out, back in the lobby, and that is thanks to Hawaii Esports. 8 elimination already, that makes it 16 in the points.
What the hell? That was crazy. Okay, they've got 16 points. They need 23 points to catch up to EVOS Divine. So they're not too far away. I mean, and Hawaii Esports is currently sitting in the 11th spot. That's how crazy Point Rush Day can be on match number 6. You can be nowhere on the leaderboard and you can actually still walk away with very, very decent points off of Point Rush, all thanks to the double points game number 6.
Oh my God. I mean, imagine that jump. Evo's Divine is on the 5th. Coming from 11, that is something else, and there's more. There's more that we can see from Hawaii Sports. Now, we still have 8 teams remaining at this point. Heavy receiving heavy damage and a takedown by Diamond, and Get Nice will not be feeling nice after those. Twisted Mind really wants to use this as their like stepping stone to get a few more head start points.
Looks like Hans is loaded. He's just buying back his friends before anyone can even shed a tear for them. It's too quick, bro.
Yeah.
Give us a minute.
It's too
nice. Give us some time, bro. It's like, highlight that he got taken down. Be sad for him first, Call his friends. Ask if they have some nice things to say about him.
Invited to be published. Wait for it to be published. And then talk about it, and then revive after a few moments.
a few moments. Revival points are closing in 30 seconds. It's all right. Nobody uses them. Rarely, at least.
Rarely. Unless you're broke.
The LATAM teams use the revival points, right, bro?
Yeah.
Like, that was such a big difference between Southeast Asia and the LATAM squads. LATAM squads actually go and use those revival points. Southeast Asian kids, these kids are spoiled. Okay, you give them some money, you give them the pocket market, everybody's buying their friends back.
Well, that's one thing. That's one thing that might change, because at some point, if in case you don't use it to revive your teammates, you can use it in other things and upgrading your weapon and getting more. And yeah, it just happened as well that the aggressiveness of Southeast Asia can get them even more coins from those they are taking down. So speaking of taking down,
that's true. But who won the world champ? Who won the World Series?
Yeah. I was trying to motivate. them.
It's a point to ponder, my friend. Maybe you want to use those revival platforms. Save some coins.
Teach these kids to save.
Teach money management, bro.
Right. We're getting to be that. Well, we're already on that uncle level, so why not?
Hey, talk about yourself, man. The hell? We? Don't get me involved in this conversation. I've got nothing to do with that. Putting it up on the cross. Hawaii Esports. This is a very decent spot for Hawaii Esports. At the edge of the circle, kind of just wrapping around this highway. And they should be able to maintain this dominance. But of course, those launch pads can just very quickly get another squad up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky as well. Well, it's a good thing that they are trying, preparing. And we've seen this before from PE Sports. Now, Hawaii Esports is using it. Glue Wall and Monster Truck, that combination. And they can get away that quickly.
Yeah. I'm loving the monster truck, okay? This is the Glue Wall Annihilator. Speaking of Annihilator, here comes AG Global, but straight down to the ground. Moshi Fa interfering in this fight that AG Global is picking up, and AG Global decides to back away, going in for that instant revival, and look at how they stick together with each other. Beautiful to watch.
I mean, they really need this. Backup overall is needed. And I guess with Barros right now connected to Saifa, it needs to be very close to everyone else for the quick pickup. So let's see if that is something that they can use on Ju right now. Moonwalking.
I know, right? but he got shot down, bro. It was almost perfect. Almost perfect. Don't ever.
That's the laugh that you will get instead of the actual laugh. Since you've been taken down, you only go hee hee.
Oh god, 6 points for Falcons. My cheeks are hurting, bro. I'm laughing too much. Need to calm down. Salming finds the Zom. Nobody steals the Zom yet, but Jojo's out. Thoda is still alive. That's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they've been struggling, being taken down one at a time. The good thing is recovery is happening. They managed to end up with a vending machine in front of them. Another one's coming in. So that's something that they need to work on, though, because at this moment, not so much of loot can be taken. And they might be barehanded later on.
Vidal's, oh god, another Moonwalker. Hey, show me his Moonwalk. Hey, oh, he pulls out the parachute. Aye! Was it dirty? This is so tough to revive, bro. This is where everybody is like, we should have just used Falco.
Yeah.
Would have just landed safely.
We keep saying that, but no one's listening.
No. Oh my. Wasana peeked. But Wasana actually gets shot and then he steals somebody else's knock. This guy is a menace. But this is about to turn into chaos, right? There's 7 more teams here, 24 players. This circle is too small, Neptune.
I can go with 7. Compared to what we've seen before, 10? 9? That's way too much. And going here at this moment, if that happens and one team has a better advantage, they're just raking in a lot of points. So let's see. That might be Twisted Mind. Good position for them. Good cover as well from this blue wall and another littler wall. But another side, there goes a takedown on Hua Esports. ABCD will not be picked up.
Oh, this is crazy, bro. This is like playing Clash Squad, but with 17. Okay, make that 6. Okay, make that 5. All right, it's still too much. Okay, Falcons, beautiful shots from afar. Hua Esports, final one. Huang in here. Hey, the vending machine's open. Ah! Huang could not get to that. Unfortunate. Nameless finds him in the Groza. Hua Esports out in the 5th. He almost got there. The full team revival, but I guess it's going to be heavily guarded. 4 more teams left in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. All of those teams are powerhouses. Buriram, Falcon, Twisted Minds from Thailand, Onyx, Olympus from Indonesia.
Let's see who managed to survive this onslaught. Diamond was able to take down Peter and confirmation on Team Falcons. But Saming right now picked up that quickly and as well as recovering with that connection with that electrotherapy, but not to say for Nameless. Wasana spotted this and managed to jump away and also connected to the hip. That makes Wasana even more deadlier.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, my. What in the world is happening here? Buriram is just bullying everyone. I mean, on-point shots coming on through. Now, maybe this is the shocker. Onyx Olympus. Will they tear Buriram apart with the opportunity? If you want to make a name for yourself, if you really want to earn those tough points, Onyx, and climb. And dude, Onyx can climb very high. They're currently in the 6th spot. They only have 1 point as bonus. This game can really boost them up. Come on, Onyx, let's see something.
Let's see, I mean, they're still a complete squad, but Rhythm United is trying to cut them down, and they're also being taken by the blue. Wasana for the backstab! A hit on Adam Prime. If he follows through, might be taken down as well, but the glue wall saves them, and Wasana has been pulled out.
So, what in the world does Wasana eat for breakfast, lunch, dinner, bro? He's mad. Get high now from the window. Executes crime. Beautiful stuff. Now, 13 eliminations strong already. Onyx Olympus running off to the top floor. Wasana says, no problem. I'll meet you up there, bro. But he's just finding a little bit of a problem getting up to the very top. Nameless has been brought in on the revival. Oh, Wasana, 1 more shot away from claiming point number 14 for his squad.
Well, let's see if Nameless can get a few more points. Sonic Olympus is still preoccupied by Buriram United. Wasana is not going down, trying to chase them out. And it is...
Wow!
Adam will be taken down. There goes Sairu and Onyx Olympus out.
And now Buriram, 16 points in the bag, times 2, that's 32 just from eliminations. And now Diamond trying to take out Captain Jonah himself, but Captain Jonah's a superhero and he's got a backup called Wasana. And Wasana does not miss in a situation like that, going for yet another MVP title to join Jonah and Moshi up at the top. Now Moshi, beautiful finisher, Buriram, 4th booyah of the day. I do not know what to say. 100% top 3 rate throughout Point Rush Day. 6 games, all 6 games they were in the top 3. 6 games, and 4 out of 6 they got the booyah. My goodness.
I mean, definitely something else. And it could have been a 6th game booyah for Buriram United, but who's complaining? They're on the top, 100% top 3. And has gone over the points against everyone, even against Team Falcons, who is only crossing that 100-point mark. And, well, Buriram United, again, as we often say, Buriram United doing Buriram United things.
I was thinking Buriram's actually playing from their own house, but they're playing from their gaming house. They're all in the same spot, actually, just different webcams. Okay, that's good. That's nice. All right, so, you know, tight team. I was actually wondering, how are they communicating so well? It makes sense now. I mean, Onyx Olympus, I'm sorry, boys, but then, you know, just outclassed, outmatched, right? They just, yeah, they were not even supposed to be there. I'm feeling bad that they were there and they got their run ended in such a horrifying manner. You know, Buriram is just a different beast altogether, and there was just no fighting them, Neptune. They need to.
I mean, it really was difficult. Really difficult for Onyx Olympus. It's tough for them to go in an engagement up close and personal.
Yeah.
And going against Buriram United is
God.
a different story overall.
I didn't know that's how Moshi got the final elimination, but it was a thing of beauty. Just used the launch pad, got up onto the bridge, took a jump snipe shot to end the game. Damn, that was beautiful.
It's a good thing that information as well has been retained, because if I'm mistaken, Wasana spotted Nameless jumping in onto the bridge, and they just waited for everything to slow down, for smokes to die down before jumping in against Nameless. But, well, there's nowhere else to move. There's nowhere else to find that other guy, and they want to get that confirmation as well.
I'm just mind blown with what Buriram has done out there today. It has been a massive day. I don't even know how many points they gathered in that map, that final Nexterra map. And remember what we were talking about before the game started? They failed to secure that booyah on Nexterra at the start of the day. They came in second, and then we were talking about how they were to go in for that revenge. Guess what, man? They personally got rid of RRQ. so that was revenge taken right there and then itself. And then they go on to claim that booyah on the map where it was denied to them by RRQ. I mean, phenomenal stuff. The number of points, I don't even want to count, but it's too much. No other teams can catch up with something like that. And what's beautiful here through this Point Rush Day is, Neptune, when you look at the points table, only 2 teams have actually met the champion rush point condition. The rest of the teams, up to the end of Game 6, and we've got double points in here today. Right? Tomorrow there's no double points. But even so, only 2 teams have surpassed 80 points. If that happens tomorrow, I'm actually going to be pretty shocked. I expected more teams to get to that 80 points faster.
Yeah, that's one thing though. And the 80 points is, if I'm mistaken, like only activated or only assigned per tournament. So it might change. It might change in the future if like if the standards is higher, if more teams manage to activate that, it might change in the future. But given this scenario, if this is how it is, 80 points would be up par with what is required for a team, because it would only take Buriram United, Team Falcons to be able to reach that.
Because I was about to say that, right? If you lower it, dude, these guys are going to close the competition off in like 3 games, right? I don't think they can lower it. They definitely can't increase it. So clearly the team has really sat down and thought about it. They've ran the numbers. They've looked at the past competitions and they've looked at, okay, what's that special number, right? And 80 clearly, maybe they asked ChatGPT to help them with that final answers. I don't know. But clearly it's very well thought out. 80 points is that sweet spot. And it seems like it's not really opening the gates for too many teams to get that shocker, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing as well. That's one thing that really changes the pace of the game. If everyone in the back end of Free Fire is looking into different ways and studying it, I'm pretty sure it comes to the data as well on how much has been put in, what is the averages, or say if you go in for certain percentage, what would be the target for that champion rush condition. So it gets more exciting because we have this preview. A lot of people out there, even us, we're assuming that this might happen by tomorrow. But what exciting is it might change drastically. A lot of teams that have performed in the past or haven't performed just yet. And I don't know, that last day, that championship rush might be a motivation for them.
No doubt at all, man. Let's take a look at the highlights of that match and see how, oh my goodness, this amazingly crazy game kind of ran through, right? I mean, it all started off with Falcon's superb engagement with Toda. Toda just never stood a chance there, and things kind of got dragged out. Toda tried to run away, but Heavy was to encounter them, and, that came to an unfortunate end.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that really needs to change in the future, but right now, a lot of engagement that has been happening, and Buriram United, I was thinking when we saw them in Grab Labs that would affect their accuracy. You know how like Wasana, Jonah can jump and shoot, but with that additional increase of jump or that height, it would throw off your accuracy, but it didn't. It didn't, and that really shows how well they practiced for this. Even this final moment, they just jump, they just shoot, and if in case they miss, another one will be grabbing that. But Wasana takes over this time around, so this is taking that number of MVP away from Jonah and Moshi, because he just stolen his second.
Yeah, but it's not going to take it away from them. They already are at the top with 3. They're already at the top with the 3, and they've got the eliminations, bro, to kind of keep them away from Abe, because Abe is there, right? But 40 eliminations. RRQ had a unfortunate day. Buriram, on the other hand, has had a phenomenal day. Elimination after elimination after elimination after elimination. Now you've got 3 Buriram players in the top 5 for the MVPs, and this is the second title for Mr. Wasana. Obviously trying his desperate best to catch up with Jonah and Moshi. And it's not going to be that tough with the way these guys are collecting those booyahs.
Yeah. I mean, it is just showing how well can they position themselves in every situation, how well can they get out of trouble. It's just, we got thrown off. From day number 1, there was a slowdown, and then from at some point when they rested, we expect that it would still be the same despite of them carrying over for that final 2 matches of that day. But it's just Buriram United. They know how to slow down. They know how to catch up to some of the teams who's above them. And they also know how to take a lead away wherein everyone else will have difficulty getting through.
So now Moshi's back on his sniper build. Clearly he was, sniping all around on that map moments ago. And you gotta help me figure this one out, Nep. I'm very sure you're just a few steps away from doing so. I think it's a map thing, but obviously we have to go and compare some of their lineups with the maps to kind of bring that information out. Because it seems like they've really figured it out, right? And if they are figuring it out to a point where they're changing their own players' play style as according to the maps, which makes a lot of sense because the terrains just, do not favor certain gun types. it's the reason why they are so dominant out there.
Yeah, I mean, this brings the gameplay that like skill level to a different height.
Yeah.
Because it's seldom that we see like a huge change in terms of active skill, or well, in skills overall. But it's because of this additional rule as well, wherein the unique active skill will be triggered, gives them a chance to counter some of the common skills that is being put out and then apply it to their own based on the map that they're using. It's also dependent on what plan they have in terms of rotation. They have a general outlook of how they can rotate from specific drop, and they just read it through from start to end so that they can utilize all the skills to its full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, at this point of time, it seems like Buriram United Esports is about to overtake, no, sorry, I mean keep their number one spot, as nobody's able to touch them. 48 points off of a game. That's insane. 35 points for Twisted Minds. Squad Esports right behind them. Good on the Vietnamese squad to really, pick up some decent points for themselves. But it's the overall table that is the most important to us. Let's look at the point rush standings as Buriram United claims their 10 points. Falcons will be able to pick up a total of 7 points for themselves. AG Goldbull with the 5. RRQ in the 4th spot, which means they get 3 points, 2 points for Twisted Minds, and 1 point for Onyx Olympus. The rest of the teams, they do not have any head start points for tomorrow.
I mean, that is tough, especially if Buriram United can pull off the same and an additional of 10 points. That would be difficult for them to catch on. And this is a breakdown of what AJ did mention, but I mean, points overall, replicating this, there's a lot that needs to change. There are a lot that needs to happen, because we keep talking about the Thailand teams really being spread out by the end of each game or by the end of the knockout stage. But right now, it looks like they're getting back to that, like stacking up on the top 4 of the leaderboard. And it would be tough for the other regions.
For sure, right? Thankfully, they know now what to expect. They know the drop spots. That's the most important thing, I believe, in all of these battle royales. Knowing the drop spot of your opponent, kind of like managing to get some sort of information. Which compound do they move into when they're rotating out of their initial drop spot? Things like this is very important, because you either want to engage them early, or you want to make sure you never bump into them to the very last point of that map, right? So the preseason knockout stage will obviously be able to give us that information. Now, looking at the MVP leaders, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Jonah leading the MVP leaderboard with 3 MVPs alongside Moshi with the exact same number. What makes the difference between them is the total number of eliminations. Captain Jonah has moved back into leading by example. Abe in the 3rd spot with a total of 3 MVPs, just like these boys, but 40 eliminations only to his name. Wasana joining the fray with a total of 50 eliminations and 2 MVP, and Limit in the 5th spot with 1 MVP and 46 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, that would still change because the battle, the tournament is not yet over. MVP leader can't be taken by anyone from the top 3. Let's include Wasan as well, because in terms of elimination, if he can tie against Jonah, Moshi, and Abe, but still lead in elimination, he will be a number 1 spot. A lot of surprises can happen on day number 5 of this preseason. That is for Battle Royale. And I know it's the end, but I'm still waiting. I can't wait for Championship Sunday to happen, because that is the final key to all of these changes in the format.
Well, we are 28 minutes away from Championship Sunday. It's just the broadcast will start in about 20-ish hours, right? Now, Neptune, I've got a question for you. For tomorrow, before we actually close the show, do you want the competition to end less than 6 games, or do you want the competition to end only after we complete game number 8?
I want it to be less than 6 games, just to see how much they can pull it off.
Same. Not because I want to, not because we want to end work early, okay? Don't get us wrong. We just want to see the dominance. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. On behalf of the team, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys here tomorrow. Good night. Goodbye, survivors.